comfortable with it not being on the screen for just a minute, we can go on ahead and get
While we
started.
do the moment of silence and the,
Sure.
okay,
Yep.
all right. All right, the clerk has told me we're ready to go. I will call the regular meeting of the City Council on the evening of Tuesday, January 5th to order. First two items on the agenda are an invocation, which will be a moment of silence, and the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge. I
pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next order of business is roll call. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Agent,
Here.
Clegg,
Here.
Halliburton,
Here.
Sanchez,
Here.
Thompson,
Here.
Woodings,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Next item of business is request for approval of the City Council minutes of December 15th.
Madam Mayor, I request approval of the City Council minutes from the regular day meeting of December 15th, 2020.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next order of business is special business. The first item under special business is the election of City Council President and President Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I nominate Elaine Clegg to serve as Council President and Lisa Sanchez to serve as Council President Pro Tem for Council Year 2021.
I would
Second.
second both of those.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
thank you. I'm very honored to make this nomination tonight. I think as everyone knows, it's been quite a year and a lot has changed in the past year. As we were sitting here last year making this very same nominations, I had hoped that this would be my year to become council president. But because of how the past year has gone, I think like a lot of parents, I haven't been able to meet the obligations that I signed up for the past year. We've, been hunkered down at home. My kids have been home. It's just been really difficult to keep up with that additional responsibility of acting as the President Pro Tem. And frankly, I don't really see an end in sight for that additional home responsibility that my husband and I have had. So that's a little bit disappointing, but I'm also very hopeful in this leadership team for our city. I think that we really have an opportunity to take what we've learned in 2020 and transform our city in 2021 and really change a lot of how we do things, why we do things, and how we serve our citizens better. So I'm very hopeful, thankful for two extraordinary women who are stepping up into this leadership role to work with our mayor and really communicate and take all of our council concerns into those leadership meetings with them throughout the year. So thank you for accepting the nomination and being willing to step up and serve in that capacity.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
I think I heard Councilmember Thompson first, and then we'll have Councilmember Halliburton.
Well, thank you. And let me just start by saying big thanks to Council Member Holly Woodings for your strong commitment to this position, your willingness to do it. You did an outstanding job. And while this will be the last leadership vote I make for at least the near term, I'm excited about the team that's going to be in place this year. Elaine Clegg's experience is second to none, and you've done a phenomenal job navigating, the two of you navigating this extraordinary year, this difficult year, and very helpful to me in my efforts pursuing animal code and other questions and concerns as we've moved through 2020. And I look forward to seeing that same level of leadership. You'll do an outstanding job, Elaine, and very excited to have Lisa step into a leadership role. Been excited to watch you progress over the years and the decades I've known you. And I can't wait to watch you as a team. And I'll do everything in my power to help you both succeed and us all succeed as a 6-team member. So let's go. Thanks for your willingness to do it.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Hallerburton.
Thank you. Couple things. One, this last year, 2020, has just been such a hard year for so many people in so many unique ways. And leadership isn't excluded from that. And there's a quote, Maya Angelou, do the best you can until you know better. And then when you know better, do better. And this last year was really one of those years where you really didn't know what was going to happen the very next week, let alone the next month. It was also a year where I think the council was divided on some relatively large decisions and some small ones as well that I don't think was typical. But I think that leadership really showed a lot of strength and rose to the occasion and did the best that they could in every situation, while also helping some of our younger and newer city council members learn the ropes during such a changing and challenging time. And I just want to let Council President, Council Pro Tem from 2020 know how much I appreciate that, how much I appreciate the time that you gave to me to help me learn. Council Pro Tem Woodings, as you leave, how much I appreciate the work you did specifically with restaurants and farmers to make sure that their voices were heard during this really challenging time. And I know that you put a lot of effort into that. And then the second thing is just my excitement for Councilmember Sanchez to jump into this role. And there's two strengths that really stick out to me that Lisa has, and it's that she sees the strengths in other people. And I think that she's going to do an incredible job at bringing those diverse strengths to the table. The other thing I love about Lisa is that she has a commitment to growing and a commitment to learning. And I know that when she does that, she brings everybody else along. And so I'll be really excited to call her Pro Tem Woody or Pro Tem Sanchez going into 2021. Congratulations, Lisa.
Thank you, Councilmember Halliburton. Councilmember Sanchez, do you want to say something?
Thank you, everyone. As Council Pro Tem Woodings mentioned, 2020 was not what we thought it was going to be a year ago. And I would echo what my colleagues have already said about our leadership, that they really, really took care of us. They took care of us, they took care of our city, all the while being mothers, being spouses. In Council Pro Tem Woodings' case, being a student, in Council President Clegg being a staff member, and now being an interim executive director at her workplace. The amount of work that these women have taken on behalf of us is incredible. And I also applaud Council Pro Tem Woodings in prioritizing the needs of her family. If there's anything we've learned in 2020, it's what's important in life. And the experiences that I've had over the past 4 years, including the year that I ran for city council, there was a big hole, and that would be my parents, my grandmother and my mother. I would have loved to have had them by my side, having this wonderful adventure with me. But there are many people in our community that have been living with a pandemic for decades, for many, many years, unseen to the greater community. And because of that, they lived truncated lives, shortened lives. And so they can't be here. And so that is why I applaud Council Pro Tem Woodings in making sure that Arthur and Mary have the benefit of their mom. because she's an amazing woman. And I don't know how many of you have had the opportunity to engage with her children, but those are going to be some amazing people because they already are. And so I very sincerely applaud that. And I very much thank my colleagues. Everybody was expected to do work that they had not anticipated last year. And I think a lot of us had the opportunity to be humbled. Some of us had the opportunity to be emboldened. And some of us had both experiences. And at the end of the day, I am grateful to be a part of this council, to serve under our Mayor McLean. I can't think of a greater honor than to have my colleagues make space. Because as I said a year ago, in order for someone like myself to be successful, I need my colleagues to be good people. And you're the best people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. Well, I'd like to say just a few words. I really appreciate the kind words. I appreciate the confidence that all of you continue to show in my ability. I make a promise to do my best to live up to that confidence. That's all any of us can ever do, and I'll continue to do that. Like Councilmember Sanchez, this year reminds me of all the people that came before. Both of my parents were born during the pandemic of 1918. And I never understood until this year some of the characteristics of my grandmothers and their attention to sanitation and some other things makes me really want to go back and talk to them about the things I've learned to appreciate about them. I've also learned this year how to pivot, how to come into a year with very high expectations. I think all of us did. There were a lot of things that we've all been working on for some time that we hope to see move forward. Some of those weren't able to move forward this year. And so the next thing I'll promise you is that whatever your expectations are coming out of this year and going into the next year, I'll do my best to help you see those through, see those forward, so that the city can move forward. I think I have learned a lot about each of you this year. I didn't have any doubts, but you all proved what wonderful people you are, how much you care, not for yourselves, but for the city, and what we need to do to move that city forward together. And as I said last year, teamwork has always been an important characteristic for me, an important way to do business. And it's been harder than ever to try and build a team because of these conditions, but you've all stepped up and done wonderful work. And I look forward to taking this team to the next step, because I think this next year, despite the difficulties that are still ahead of us, really holds a lot of promise to do some of the things that we've all been chomping at the bit for, to help this city become an even greater place to live. So thank you for your confidence. Seeing no other comments, would the clerk please call the roll?
Bajent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. And now I'm going to take just a moment of personal privilege. I wanted to make my comments about the job before us as a whole, but I'd like briefly to talk about Councilmember Sanchez and her growth in this last year, her continued commitment to continue to grow and to move forward, and how much I look forward to working with her as the President Pro Tem to lead this city council as we move forward into this next year. I think that besides being an historic moment in the city, it's also one that provides great promise for bringing the city forward in a way that perhaps we've not had the opportunity to move forward before, because we haven't had Elisa Sanchez before to help us. So thank you, Councilmember Sanchez, and I look forward to serving with you. All right. Next order of business, I guess we'll move on, is also special business and the appointment of Steve Burgos to the Municipal Healthcare Trust.
Madam Mayor, I move I ask unanimous consent for the appointment of Steve Burgos to the Boise Municipal Healthcare Trust for a 2-year term ending December 31st, 2022.
Without objection. Items 3 and 4 on special business are the appointments of Melissa Tom and Amanda Ashley to the Arts and History Commission for 3-year terms.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent for the appointment of Melissa Tome and Amanda Ashley to the Arts and History Commission for 3-year terms ending January 2024.
And finally, under appointments is the reappointment of Scott Raber to the Parks and Recreation Commission for a 3-year term.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent for the reappointment of Scott Raber to the Parks and Recreation Commission for a 3-year term ending January 2024.
Without objection. And I don't know if any of these 3, or actually 4 people are on the line. If they are and they'd like to say something, we'd welcome it. In the meantime, while the clerk's looking at that, I would just note what tremendous talent we continue to have step up to our volunteer commissions. It's so wonderful that these commissions are peopled by folks who are committed, smart, and are helping move this city forward. It looks like Melissa Tom is here. Melissa, would you like to say something?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so honored. I have to say that I got the call that the mayor was pushing my appointment forward from Terry while I was in Rediscovered Books, picking up the last of my Christmas presents. And I was actually grateful for my mask because I couldn't stop smiling like an idiot. So it was a great moment and a great closure to 2020 for me. And I have to say that, when I was talking to Mayor McLean about this work, we talked about how we survived this last year because we had purpose. And I think that's something that I'm really looking forward to bringing to the commission to continue living with purpose and to help support that department with my skills and what I can bring for them, but also to start talking about how we get our hands around telling this COVID story. I think it would be so wonderful to do audio, oral histories of how moms and dads survived this time and all the work that you all were doing. And so I think it's a really exciting time to be moving forward with arts and history, because I think they'll be so important in the next couple of years. And just on a closing note, I want to thank you all so much for being so good to each other. It's been really nice to be here for these first couple minutes and see you all treat each other with such respect and kindness. And yeah, it's a nice tonic for 2021. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Melissa. I think we're all smiling as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that comment, Melissa. And one thing that our family did, which I would invite all families to do, if you have a minute, to sit your kids down with a piece of paper and a pencil and have them record their feelings about the pandemic. And also as parents recording yours, I see a really cool opportunity for us to catalog that as a city. And I think that's a really great suggestion. So thank you for making that.
Thank you. All right, item 6 on special business is interim budget changes. Shannon, I think I saw you with us just a few minutes ago.
Oh gosh. Oh, good evening, Madam Mayor, or I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Is Lauren there? I came in late, sorry. Members of the council, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we have one interim budget change tonight. It is for the airport. They are requesting approval of a $100,000 appropriation increase to the miscellaneous tenant improvements project, which will be used to address code issues that were discovered during the construction of the tenant improvements. The proposed funding will come from the terminal upgrade capital project, which has been put on hold due to a reduction in passenger traffic as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's
Thank
all I have.
All right, any questions of Shannon?
Madam Mayor, I don't have a question, just a motion that we approve the interim budget change as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Agent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Item 7 on special business is a reconsideration request. Cody, are you with us? Yes, there, I see you.
Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. First of all, Happy New Year. It's our first time together. As you'll recall, on November 17th of last year, council denied an appeal related to a wireless communication facility proposed to be located on a street light at 601 North 27th Street. That item had also been previously denied on appeal by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The appellant in this case has now asked that you reconsider that decision, and they included a letter in your packet. So the only question this evening is whether or not you'd like to reconsider. If you do, we'd schedule a new public hearing. From our perspective in looking at the letter, we don't see where there's any new information that would warrant that new hearing, but it's certainly within your authority to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Council
Mayor.
members have any comments or?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I reviewed the letter supplied by the appellant and didn't find any new information that would cause me to reconsider the appeal.
Thank you. Councilmember Bajan, did I see that you might have a comment?
You did, Madam Mayor. My comment was the same as Councilmember Woodings. I reviewed the letter, I reviewed the material, and I don't see a basis for reconsideration. So I won't be making a motion.
All right. Well, seeing no one willing to take further action, I guess the request dies for lack of action. Thank you, Cody. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. All items with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or a member of the public so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence.
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Agent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Next order of business, item 7 is ordinances and ordinances on the first reading calendar.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent that all ordinances on first reading be read by number and title only and filed for the second reading calendar.
Without objection.
ORD-1-21 and ordinance CAR 19-00006 for property located at 270 East Myrtle Street, amending zoning classifications of the city of Boise City to change the classification of real property, particularly described in section 1 of this ordinance, from residential office with downtown design review, R-ODD, to central business district with downtown design review and a development agreement, C-5DD/DA, setting forth a reason statement in support of such zone change and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Second reading calendar.
Madam Mayor, I move that further reading of ordinances on the second reading calendar be read by number and title only and filed for the third reading calendar.
Without objection.
ORD 52-20 and ordinance CAR 20-00005, South Point LLC for property located at 9933 and 10151 West Victory Road, annexing 19.28 acres of certain lands and territories situated in Ada County, Idaho, adjacent and contiguous to the corporate limits of the city of Boise City, establishing and determining the land use classification of said 19.28 acres as R-1B, single-family residential, setting forth a reasoned statement of support of such annexation and zone change, directing the city engineer to lodge and file a legal description and map for said annexed lands and territory, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Auditor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission, providing that a copy of said legal description and map of said annexed lands and territory be recorded with the Ada County Recorder and filed with the Ada County Assessor and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing an effective date. ORD 53-20, an ordinance amending Boise City Code Title 5, Chapter 2, Section 10, unlawful consumption of or possession of alcoholic beverages in public place, to strike subsection D, amending Boise City Code Title 3, Chapter 13, Article B, commercial transportation vehicles, to add legal authority, purpose, scope, and general licensing provisions, applicable sections, to add and amend definitions, to amend license renewal provisions, to increase minimum insurance requirement, to provide specific restrictions on non-motorized commercial transportation vehicle licenses, to prohibit the transfer of all commercial transportation service licenses, to provide a measurement of sound, to provide for immediate suspension or revocation of a commercial transportation vehicle that does not conform with vehicle inspection standards and requirements, to renumber the chaptered sections, approving a summary of the ordinance, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Third reading calendar.
Madam Mayor, I move that further reading of ORD 51-20 be dispensed with, and the record reflect it has been read the third time in full.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Agent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries. ORD 51-20 and ordinance DRH 20-00434 for property located at 2115 Heights Drive, amending zoning classifications of the city of Boise City to change the classification of real property particularly described in section 1 of this ordinance from R-1CH, single family residential with historic overlay, to R-1C, single family residential without the historic overlay, setting forth a reasoned statement in support of such zone change and providing an effective date.
Madam Mayor, I move that ORD 51-20 be approved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Agent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we are on item 8, unfinished business, and there is no unfinished business. So we'll move to item 9, which is new business. And A under item 9 is subdivisions. Bostic subdivision, SUB 20-59, Boise City preliminary and final plat. Cody, I think you're back with us.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Can you see my screen okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this item is a preliminary and final plat for a subdivision that includes 6 buildable lots. The roughly 1 acre site is located or addressed at 6222 West Elmer Street, which is in an R1C or single family residential zone. For those unfamiliar with the address, it's located just northeast of the Pierce Park and State Street intersection. The subdivision again includes 6 buildable lots, all that comply with the width and area requirements of the zone. The applicant will be dedicating right of way to complete the street section on their side, the northern side. They will also be installing curb, gutter, and a detached sidewalk. With the detached sidewalk, they will be required to plant a minimum of 6 street trees. Those trees, along with a minimum of 2 in each yard, will mitigate the few healthy trees that are being removed. Most trees on the site are actually in very poor health or undesirable species. Nonetheless, a plan confirming mitigation is required before we sign the final plat. As you saw in the record, the item was on the consent agenda at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing in December. They did find that the plat meets the objective standards of the development code and is supported by the policy guidance of Blueprint Boise. They did recommend approval of the subdivision that night, and we are recommending you do the same this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Any questions? The item is in the Collister subdivision. I don't believe anyone from the Collister Neighborhood Association is here to comment, but if you are, please raise your hand or let the clerk know. It sounds like not. Ben Semple is the applicant. Ben, do you have any comments or questions?
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, we're in agreement with all of the conditions of approval contained in the staff report, as well as the ACHD report we received regarding the street frontage improvements. So I don't have anything to add unless there are questions for me.
Thank you. We had no one sign up for public comment. Is there anyone who would like to comment? Hearing none, the item is properly before the council.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I move approval of the Bostic subdivision SUB 20-59 Boise City preliminary final plat, 6222 West Elmer Street.
Second.
moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Bajent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes,
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
thank you. Now we're on to item B, public hearings. First item is CUP 20-42, Chrysalis Architecture and Planning, conditional use permit for a special exception for personal services in an existing building. Cody.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. This is a request for a special exception to operate a salon in an existing building addressed at 2429 North Cole Road in an R3D or multifamily residential with design review zone. For those unfamiliar with the site, it's located just northwest of the Cole and Northview intersection, and then Northview is halfway between Ustick and Fairview Avenue in West Boise. The applicant's proposal is to convert an existing 2,200 square foot office building into a salon. Salons are actually classified as a personal service, which is currently prohibited in the R3 or multifamily residential zone. That standard is probably a bit antiquated. It seems there are situations in locations like this that it makes a lot of sense. This sort of use will provide a service to residents in the vicinity with less impact probably than most of the allowed uses. Won't generate a lot excessive noise or traffic, and there isn't available tenant space like this with appropriate zoning in the vicinity. The proposed use is certainly compatible with the mix of uses in the immediate area, and the Planning Commission found that there were special circumstances justifying the use in this location. The building and many other properties in the area have actually supported office use for a number of years, and salons are conditionally allowed in those zones. It's my understanding that the applicant is actually interested in working with some of the other owners in the area on a larger rezone to the office use, which is consistent with the land use map. In the interim, though, this project would allow the adaptive reuse of an existing building that is supported by the comprehensive plan. I would note that if approved, the plan is to update the facade, landscaping, and parking lot, and that would be reviewed more thoroughly through a design review application. The commission, as you saw in the record, did hear this item in November, and the project was unopposed at that time. They did unanimously recommend approval of the request, and similarly, we are recommending you approve the application this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Cody? Seeing none. Again, this is in a neighborhood association that isn't expected to be here tonight, but if you are, let the clerk know so we can be prepared to hear from you. And with that, we'll turn to the applicant, who is Richard Wilmot of Chrysalis Architecture. I guess I need to open the public hearing to do that. I'll open the public hearing and turn to the applicant. Is the applicant on the line?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Is he prepared to speak?
Madam Mayor, I believe he is unmuted if he would like to speak.
Okay, Richard, if you'd like to say something, even just to say that you agree with the conditions, we'd love to hear that. Go ahead. Although you're showing unmuted, yeah, it is not coming through. So I do see in the chat that Richard said he does agree with the staff report and the conditions that Cody spoke about. And with that, he says correct. We'll call that good if that's okay, and ask if there's anyone else who would like to comment. There was no one signed up for the public hearing. Is there anyone on the line who would like to comment on this application? If so, raise your hand. Seeing none, we only have one person in person and none online that raised their hand. I will close the public hearing, and this is now properly before the council.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I move that we approve CUP 20-42, Chrysalis Architecture and Planning, 2429 North Cole Road, a conditional use permit for a special exception for personal services use in an existing building on 0.29 acres in an R3D.
Second.
moved and seconded. Any comments?
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I just want to note, this building was actually rehabilitated by a dear friend of mine some years back as a real estate office. And it's really cool to see its adaptive reuse into something new. It had been sitting empty for some years after their office moved out and was purchased. So it's great to see it getting some new life. It's a really fantastic little mid-century modern building. So hopefully everyone can go in and enjoy it.
that's great to hear. And I was going to comment, Cody, I think this does point out some of the changes that we do need to make in our zoning code. This building sat empty perhaps because the zoning didn't allow the kind of use that would have been good in this area. I think a salon is a great use actually in this area. So I'm sure you've made note of that for our zoning update, but please do. Any further comments? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Agent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, thank you. Now we are on to our main event for the evening, public hearing number 2, which is a joint hearing with CAR 20-07 Ball Ventures Allquist, 200 North 4th Street rezone of 1.19 acres from ROD to C5 DDDA, accompanied by a CUP 20-23, which is an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's denial for a conditional use permit for a drive-up establishment associated with the proposed project. Celine, I believe, is here. Yes, there you are. I'll turn it over to you for a presentation.
Hello, Madam Mayor, council members. Can you hear me? Can you see my screen? Presenting from home for the first time. I'm usually in person for all of my hearings, so it's a little different. I guess I got late on the boat for 2020 uncomfortableness. All right, so Celine Accord with current planning team. As Madam Mayor said, the main event tonight is a rezone and an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's denial of a conditional use permit on 1.19 acres at the corner of 4th and Idaho. I'll briefly go over the request and then cover the commission's action and recommendation. The site is on the edge of the downtown planning area and is designated downtown mixed use. There is a mixed use and public quasi land use designation nearby, which creates a transition from the downtown core into the east end. The site is currently zoned ROD, or Residential Office with Design Review, and the request is to go to C5D DDDA, or Central Business District with Downtown Design Review and a development agreement. The C5 zone is an allowed zone in the downtown mixed-use designation. As discussed in the report, the main reason for the rezone is the proposed height of the building. The RO has a height limit of 65 feet, which equates to roughly a 5 or 6 story building, whereas the C5 has an unlimited height allowance. The planning team has never encouraged an unlimited height here, hence the inclusion of the development agreement to limit the height in some way. The site also sits in between two historic districts, Old Boise and the newly created East Main Street. It's important to point out that this site is not within these historic districts and therefore is not required by code to comply with the historic guidelines. But there's certainly character with these two districts, and that contributes to the overall feel of the area. The site is also within the River Myrtle Old Boise Urban Renewal District. The district was formed in 2004 and terminates in 4 years in 2025. The plan has development concept goals which call out this area with a residential emphasis with a 3 to 6 story building that has residential characteristics. There are other goals that call for a balance between the historic character and encouraging a prosperous business district. This plan was created 16 years ago and saw this area as a neighborhood on the periphery of downtown. One could say that this doesn't fit the current vision for downtown or the future one. And this is the dilemma that the commission had. Blueprint identified the boundary for downtown along 3rd Street, but the River Myrtle plan details it along 4th Street as highlighted here. And their other struggle was compatibility, specifically with the height and setbacks. So a quick overview of the project. The site spans 6 parcels and includes the 3-story ICCU building and a 1-story office building along Idaho and an associated surface parking lot along Bannock. The proposal intends to demolish the existing structures and build a mixed-use building which spans over the existing alleyway. The north tower along Bannock is proposed at 10 stories in height, approximately 126 feet, and the south tower along Idaho is at 16 stories in height, approximately 232 feet. It would include commercial and office uses, a 460 space parking garage, and residential uses with both apartments and condominium units. And as the record indicates, there were concerns from the commission for this proposal, which included height, setbacks, circulation, and design. The commission unanimously denied the conditional use permit for the drive-through use and the recommended denial of the rezone. The applicant appealed the decision for the CUP and provided grounds for the appeal, saying it was a violation of law, arbitrary and capricious, and not supported by substantial evidence. In summary, they believe the commission could have added a condition of approval that the drive-through use would be allowed if the rezone were approved, rather than just straight out denying it, thus requiring this appeal process. There is some merit to that argument, but at the same time, the planning team couldn't find where this was a violation of law by the commission. In closing, the C5 is likely appropriate in this location, but the proposal itself might be considered too intense for the immediate area. There is a development agreement included in the request tonight, so if the council finds that denial might not be the right path forward, you could provide feedback and provide those guardrails on the proposal, or even have the applicant come back with revisions. Regardless of the decision, the planning team recommends council provide additional and detailed findings supporting their final action. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Celine. Are there questions for Celine?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Bajan.
Celine, the biggest question I have for the staff relates to your last comment about concerns about it being too intense for the area. It's referenced in the staff memo, and it was referenced in what the staff prepared for the Planning and Zoning Commission as well. And I guess the question is, can you help me think about this from staff's perspective as to whether the question is this proposed use too intense for the area as it currently is, or is it too intense for the area as we envision it to be in 20 years? Because when 16 years ago, we thought this was residential, and obviously it hasn't panned out that way. Here in 2021, there's a large St. Luke's campus to the east, there's downtown to the west. I think you can kind of see where this portion of our city is going. And so when we talk about the intensity of the use, can you help orient me in time as to, what I should be comparing it to from the staff perspective?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajan, I think that's a great question, and that's what we ultimately struggled with, and the commission struggled with. Certainly these larger buildings in downtown should be in downtown, but where does downtown stop? And I think that's the question before the council this evening, as well as how infill development compares to adjacent development or adjacent parcels that have not yet developed. Obviously, there's a few parcels next door that aren't included in this project, that having a 16-story building right next to it is definitely going to be more intense than the 3-story building that is there today.
Madam Mayor, if I could just follow up.
You bet.
So from the staff's perspective, when we're talking about concerns about this use being too intense, we're comparing it to the present use of the, I don't even want to say neighborhood in this case because the lines are so crazy, but we're comparing it to the present use of the adjacent lots, blocks, structures. Is that accurate?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajan, I believe what the most of the concerns this evening have been because of what could be if this were developed in the next few years. We don't have any defined plans for what the next 20, 30 years brings. The Urban Renewal District brought us this far, but it is sunsetting in 2025. But Blueprint provides that boundary of 3rd Street, and essentially one day downtown could be this entire area with that, I don't want to say unlimited height, but certainly much higher than the RO zone of 65 feet.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And I didn't want to imply that you should be able to answer that question perfectly, because I think it's the hardest question that we're all going to be wrestling around with for the night. So thank you very much.
Yep, no problem.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead. Councilmember Halliburton.
Thank you. Yeah, if you'd permit me a few questions here. The first one of the concerns early on was the alleyway, and that there was a quarter turn in the alleyway, and it looks like they presented something late before the P&Z hearing with a proposal to make it go east to west. If that were finalized and approved, does that take away the concern the city staff had with the alleyway?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that certainly helps the circulation concerns. The applicants, of course, online and can answer questions, but I'm not sure how they would, if you can see my screen, this yellow area right here, I'm not sure how they would design the building or design this area if they didn't have that alleyway there. But certainly it would continue that east-west configuration that is typical of the blocks downtown.
Yeah, and just to follow up with that, so there's still some design concerns even with the alleyway, if the alleyway was constructed so that it could run east to west. Is that what I'm hearing?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I think it's just the unknowns of what they would do with that design. It's before you tonight is a rezone. I don't know if all of those details need to be worked out tonight, but if you wanted to know what they would propose there, they could answer that tonight, or you could ask for revisions to come back to you. Or we could just deal with that during the design review committee hearing as well.
Great. And Madam Mayor, if I could have one more question.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So the other concern, that we're hearing is the height and the way that it's compatible in that neighborhood. And I'm looking at the map right now, and it looks like the Imperial Plaza is that kind of square off to the right. I think that's to the east on 3rd Street. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, the Imperial Plaza shown here in red is at 12 stories, approximately 150 feet or so, just across 3rd Street.
And that's just a little bit taller than the smaller portion that they're proposing. Is that correct?
That's correct. The north tower where the apartments are, they're proposing at 10 stories in height.
Okay. And so I guess my question would be then, if we were looking at this as far as comparable stuff in the neighborhood, if we were looking at this as a gradual decline, would there be an argument to say that this building could be at least that height, if not a little bit taller, and that would still kind of follow development that's already in that area?
Councilmember Halliburton, certainly. Initially, the planning team did include those, and I believe that was in the record this evening, that there would realistically be some sort of gradual stair step. And so the planning team recommended 14 stories in height, as long as the top 2 stories were residential. The commission also recommended anywhere from 14 to 12 to 10 stories in height. And that ultimate height is essentially what's before you all tonight, if you do move forward with approval.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Other questions for Celine? Celine, I had a question. As I look through the River Myrtle plan and the downtown section of Blueprint Boise, I was struck by the sort of inconsistency between the line on 5th Street in the River Myrtle plan and the line on 4th Street in the downtown plan, and wondered if you all did any research on whether that inconsistency was discussed during Blueprint Boise. I certainly don't remember it being an issue, but was wondering if you came up with anything.
Madam Mayor, I did not find anything. And that was definitely before my time.
Okay. And then a second question, back to the Imperial Plaza, which was, I believe, built and approved in 1964. Am I correct on that?
Madam Mayor, that's correct. It was built in 1964, which was certainly well before Blueprint or the River Myrtle Boise plan.
And in fact, it was before we had a zoning ordinance.
That's correct. Our zoning ordinance was adopted in 1965, I believe.
Yeah. So given that, I couldn't find anything in the River Myrtle plan that really talked about, I looked for incompatible uses, I looked for non-conforming uses, I looked through the document, I may have missed it, it's a long one, that really talked about the Imperial Plaza and its place in this particular planning area and how that does or doesn't impact what else might happen around it. Again, did you find anything?
Madam Mayor, actually the slide that hopefully is still sharing on your screen is the one place I did find the Imperial Plaza be called out. Mostly because at the time the River Myrtle and Boise plan was adopted, there was similar zoning as there is today with C5 and the RO as you go away from the core of downtown. But past that, it was mostly mentioned as far as, office and residential uses more than the actual height of the Imperial Plaza itself.
Okay. And what was called out was the streetscape and the way that the buildings address the street. At least that's what I found. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions of Celine? Well, seeing none, we're going to open the public hearing. Before we do that, I'll just talk a little bit about how we're going to do this. We'll have, this is an appeal by the applicant. So we'll have the applicant appellant go first. They'll get 15 minutes and 5 minutes for rebuttal at the end. We'll then have the neighborhood association, who will also get 15 minutes and 5 minutes at the end. And then I have an existing list of folks who have signed up online. We have one person in person who does nod his head that he is interested in commenting. We'll take that comment first so that he can, if he wishes, leave for the evening. It's up to you, David. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, if you want to go first, once we get to testimony, you're welcome to, since you're in person. And then we'll go to the list that I have online. We'll take breaks every hour. We'll go ahead and do these first two presentations before we take a break. So our first break will be around 7:30, and then we'll plan to break every hour after that for a short bit. So with that, I will open the public hearing, and we'll turn to Jeff Wardle and team from Ball Ventures.
Madam Mayor and Council, I'm not sure if you can see me yet on the screen there. This is Tommy Alquist, address 1263 West Wickshire Court, Eagle, Idaho. Thank you very much for allowing us to present tonight and bring this back to you. Actually, before I get started, I haven't been in front of you for a while, and I just wanted to applaud you, both Mayor McLean and the City Council, for absolutely stepping up with bold leadership during COVID. It's been a breath of fresh air. You have saved lives, and I've been very proud of the leadership that you provided our state and the people of Idaho. So thank you very much. I know it took courage and it has not been easy, but it was the right thing to do. And I've been very proud to tell people I'm from Boise in the Treasure Valley, where we're leading the way in Idaho. So thank you. So happy New Year. It's nice to be 2021. I think that the questions that have come up already bring up some of the issues that we have. And I think our team tonight is very well prepared to answer questions. I just wanted to do a quick intro and tell you that on this project, we knew it would be sensitive. And we have prided ourselves from the very, very beginning of this to elicit feedback. We have, oh, there we go. It was us. We have tried very hard to elicit feedback. I think Tom Peterson will go into the number of neighborhood meetings we've had. We have added residential. We have been very sensitive to every request along the way, understanding that every time we do one of these buildings, this is hard. This is not our first rodeo in Boise. It's always hard to have change, especially when you're changing the skyline. And we've certainly experienced that through this project. I do believe it's been very confusing for me as the developer here to see just how some of the ordinances and decisions were made. And I think we'll get a lot of clarity tonight when we go back through some of those decisions. And we're looking again for more feedback from you. I just wanted to tell you that the team behind this project is Idaho Central Credit Union, Kent Orm. And if there's one person or organization in Idaho in this last year that I've been pleased to be friends with and watch them lead and give back, it's been incredible to watch. They are Idaho, and they are givers and doers. And then our other partner on this will be David Turnbull with Brighton Corporation. And you say the word David Turnbull, and it is about community and giving back. And so between ICCU and Brighton and David, I'll introduce David here in a minute. I think we have a team that cares deeply about this city and about the state and want to do the right thing with this project, and always have from the beginning. And I think that's why we've designed so many times to try to get it right. I think the problem we all have here is I sat through the hearings when St. Luke's was approved a few years ago. So while the Imperial Plaza may have been the end of the skyline, the largest healthcare campus in Idaho was approved just to the east of us. And so as we've gone down this road, it does provide some interesting challenges with an Imperial Plaza building right next to us that's been there since the 60s, and a St. Luke's campus, which is ginormous next to us, and then a city that we all love where we've done several buildings next to us. We want to get this right. We're looking forward to your feedback tonight. We understand that it's always a balance between private property rights and the law, and then what is right for the city. And we certainly want to be good neighbors in doing that. So with that said, thank you for hearing us tonight. Thank you for all you do. And I'm going to turn the time over to David Turnbull, our partner on this project.
Thank you, Tommy. And I misspoke. This is Ball Ventures Alquist, not just Ball Ventures.
Madam Mayor, Council President Clegg, and members of the council, David Turnbull, address 2929 West Navigator in Meridian, Brighton Corporation. I don't want to take too much time from our consultant team in answering your questions and making the presentation, but just say that we were thrilled when we were invited to participate in this project by ICCU and Tommy. As you may know, we've done a number of projects in partnership with Tommy and his team. And when we were invited to participate in this one, we were thrilled. We've done a couple of projects in downtown. It's been a little while before we've been before you, but our initial involvement in this was to take a look at the residential. We have a fair amount of expertise in the residential market. And the first thing that we noted was that we probably needed more residential in this area, both for the, well, as you're well aware, and as Mayor McLean noted in her campaign and also in her transition reports, housing is a critical issue in this valley. And since COVID, the demand has not slackened at all. In fact, it's increased, and we have a real supply problem. So we're excited to be able to bring more supply to the market with this project, which we think is ideally situated and which we think is an ideal mixed use project, which is called for in this area. So I appreciate the opportunity to have our team present here, and I will turn it over to Tom Peterson.
Madam Mayor, esteemed members of council, Tom Peterson, 2659 West Wolf Rapids in Meridian, Idaho. I'm the Vice President of Development at BVA, and we're going to turn the time over to Jeff Wardle, Legal Counsel, to walk through the bulk of the presentation. Before doing so, I want to just spend 1 minute sort of laying the foundation in regards to the neighborhood participation that we've had. I think that provides a real meaningful foundation and provides needed context for Mr. Wardle's presentation. This process started almost a year and a half ago when Tommy and myself and Mr. Wardle sat down with staff, laid out for them our vision and got their really helpful feedback. At that point, we rolled up our sleeves and went to work. And a lot of that involved meeting with the immediate neighbors in the vicinity. We had 3 different neighborhood meetings in different formats because of COVID to try to make sure we had a full breadth of involvement from the neighbors. It started with a Zoom neighborhood meeting in June of 2020. We had a different format then 2 months later in August, we had an open house on site. And then we had a neighborhood meeting, a more traditional meeting in October 2020. We also met several times with the Downtown Neighborhood Association in May and June of 2020. And then I personally fielded phone calls, text, emails, and met individually on site with neighbors. I may have missed somebody, and I hope I didn't, but anytime someone called, I met on site and even stood on balconies to get their perspective. That's needed to make this work. We all have to work together. Based on the feedback and the input that we received, as a development team, we then made significant changes to the project that Mr. Wardle will now detail. It included flipping the building, reorienting the alleyway to address traffic and safety concerns, and adding additional green space. All of these were in response to neighborhood concerns. So with that, I think it's an appropriate place for me to turn the time over to Mr. Wardle, but I want to note that as stated in Downtown Boise 2016 Public Spaces and Public Life Study, it says, quote, Boise's skyline is not yet mature and will continue to develop for decades to come. We truly believe that this project will further those specified goals of enhancing the Boise skyline for generations. And with that, I'll turn it to Mr. Wardle.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm grateful to be here with you tonight. We have worked diligently on this project, and I'm going to walk you through the project and the plan. So let us go. As indicated, this application tonight involves a rezone and involves a appeal. The appeal is important. The appeal is relevant, but it's not the primary issue. Substantively, we believe that we comply with the requirements of the C5. This is a unique situation as we've outlined in our written comments, and procedurally as we work with a new development code going forward, it's an issue I think we should resolve. It's important, but not primary. So what does this project do? Well, as Tommy and David indicated, this is a true vertical mixed use project that is in part driven by ICCU's vision for property that it owns, vision that property that it controls, and vision for property where it's been located. It wants to expand its office and its services downtown. And as we look at this, as Tommy pointed out, there is an absolute inherent need for medical office that is independent of St. Luke's downtown. There is demand, there is need. So this project, as we started working on it, we knew that it was going to require us to endeavor to implement all of the vertical mixed use elements of Blueprint Boise, the best practices, the floor area ratio bonuses set forth in your zoning code. First of all, we recognized from the very beginning that we were going to have to activate the ground level. And we're also sensitive to and aware of the prior statements made by CCDC and others about what are appropriate uses. So to activate it in this area and replacing a surface parking lot, the focus was on service commercial. Retail, the retail bank, making it more friendly and open to the community, other medical office that is pedestrian and immediate need, and then other service uses. Additionally, we recognized the need to address pedestrian circulation and pedestrian facilities. And most importantly, to eliminate the existing 3 full access points on Bannock and replace those with reduced access points that are one direction. Now, Councilmember Halliburton raised the issue about the alley. We designed it with a 90-degree turn. Not going to belabor that. That exists in at least half a dozen other places in commercial zoned areas immediately, in the vicinity of downtown. But we have put our team together, and the timing on it was critical. Staff informed us that it was going to be a basis for their recommendation for denial, and our team jumped to it, and within 96 hours redesigned it and came up with something we could present to P&Z in a timely manner. If the alternative design is what you desire we proceed with, then the northbound alley would disappear, and that would be enhanced space, in addition to the pedestrian plaza that we have to the south. The parking garage, we heard the neighbors. Originally, we oriented it towards Bannock. We relocated it so that the access comes off the existing commercial arterial Idaho Street. So the only traffic that would be going on to Bannock relates to the very limited use of the drive-through and that northbound alley, which would go away. We have proposed 460 parking stalls. We think this is an appropriate number. This is in the P2 parking district, and it only requires us to provide 230 stalls. You're going to hear comments tonight that the property is underparked. We disagree. We do not think that you should have suburban level of parking requirements on a project like this. This is the epitome of shared parking, the utilization of uses that have differing consumption peaks. So, as indicated, we have proposed 2 floors of office space for ICCU within the office tower and an additional 6 floors of medical office to comprise 8 total floors of office space with residential on top. The south tower is 232 feet in height to the parapet. The northern tower, which is multifamily sitting on top of the urgent care and the entrance to the bank drive-through, is for rent product. It's approximately, as you indicated, the same height as across the street. Ton addressed the depths of discussion that we had. We heard people. We made significant changes to the project. Now, have we made all the changes that opponents have objected to? No, we haven't. We can't. But we have made a material attempt to revise the project with the direction and guidance from staff. So what we think from council that you need to address and give us some guidance is, what is your preference as to the alley configuration? What direction is there as to height? And we need to ensure that the goals of Blueprint Boise and the downtown Boise design guidelines are addressed. We think all of that can be done with the development agreement. So you're going to hear objections tonight that this is spot zoning, that it violates existing plans, that it's inconsistent, or that standards should be imposed that are inconsistent with existing design standards. And you're going to hear opposition about height. We are not going to apologize for tall buildings. We think tall buildings on surface parking lots are an appropriate use of an urban core. We think that we are in accordance with the comprehensive plan. We provided a detailed analysis from the very beginning. So how do you apply the comprehensive plan? It's a factual evaluation, and the land use map is an appropriate starting place. As staff has indicated, and as Councilmember Clegg has pointed out, it is within the downtown planning area under Blueprint Boise. The designation of the less intensive mixed use designation is farther to the east. There was a conscious decision made. Now, it is not a spot zone where it's in accordance with the comprehensive plan. It's not a spot zone where existing zoning and uses are immediately adjacent to it. It's not a spot zone where the city of Boise's own code encourages this. We are literally 40 feet away from C5 zoned property. So the real issue, as Councilmember Baginot pointed out, is how do we evaluate it? How do we apply it? Well, we don't need to go through the standards for downtown mixed use, but this is a very intensive use. It's intended to be intensive use. Blueprint Boise encourages the downtown planning area to implement these types of uses. That's why the land use map is important. So when we talk about housing, we're grateful for Brighton's involvement in this project because we recognize that housing is a critical part and a critical element of this. And we feel that by providing 2 towers, you minimize the mass of each building, but you provide distinct uses, you provide the type of transition and the type of visual unique design that we think is appropriate. We think it's an appropriate vertical mixed use project. And we think that ultimately we've complied with the design requirements and considerations. Now, what about the Old Boise East Side Master Plan? We agree with staff. It's important. It needs to be considered. But the subsequent adoption of the St. Luke's Master Plan, inconsistencies with the adopted Blueprint Boise in when it was adopted in 2011, mean that we have to weigh and evaluate those things. So with that, I would stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are there questions for BVA?
Madam Mayor, if nobody else jumps in, I've got a couple questions.
You bet. Go ahead, Councilmember Halliburton.
So I guess my question is, it looks like in the planning and zoning meeting and perhaps prior to it, the staff did come forward with saying that there were some suggestions of an appropriate ranged height between 10 to 14 stories for the building, which is 2 stories less. And then I also noted in the planning and zoning meeting that there was some discussion of that we needed to talk about feet instead of stories. And so instead of 232 feet, which is what was proposed, the staff is saying closer to 165, which again is kind of, I think, closer to that 10 to 14 story. And I guess what my question is with that rough, and I realize that that's a subjective suggestion, I wonder, with that suggestion, is that still a feasible build, or does that take away the ability to make this work? And if so, what's lost? What's lost with the reduction of that height or stories?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I think that's an excellent question, and that was a question that was posed by the Planning and Zoning Commission. What do you lose? You lose floors of medical office space. Fundamentally, we need to deliver a certain amount of office space to ICCU. They're the anchor tenant. They're driving this. Can we further reduce height? Yes, we can. Would not recommend, and it is not our desire to reduce the height of the northern tower at all. We think that at the 126 to 135 feet in height, that it's appropriate. We think that, can you lower it? I mean, I think the Planning and Zoning Commission was clear that, there are a variety of points of height that it could be there. So to your question, Councilmember Halliburton, if we shorten the building, you shorten the southern building, you reduce floors of medical office, and you potentially reduce floors of parking.
And I noticed that there were some follow-up questions about the reduction of office space. And I think some people that were, in a mindset with as many people who are working from home right now, that maybe that office space isn't necessarily needed. And could you just give me some clarity to the answer that you provided to that statement?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, yes, that question came up, that you'll hear testimony about that tonight. We're not building this as a spec downtown office building. It's not being built to replace or replicate some of the space that you see over at One Capitol Center or the new building over by the Boise Plaza. It has a very specific use. It is ICCU's downtown corporate headquarters and its medical office. And I'm going to have Tommy Ahlquist address the issue about why we are not seeing work from home with respect to medical office.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that one. That was a great question. We spent 6 years looking for 15,000 square feet of independent medical office for a user. Ultimately went down on Park Center. There is no medical office available. There's a lot of buildings, but there is a desperate need for independent medical office. especially with the expansion of downtown Boise campus. So you could debate the merits of office use post-pandemic. Medical office, there is a desperate need downtown, and and with what's already happened with the approval of downtown, there's just nowhere else to put it. This is about as close as you can get a definite need.
Madam Mayor, if I could just follow up, and Mr. Alquist or Mr. Wardell, either way would be fine. I guess my other question would just be similar to what's the loss in changing the alley configuration from east to west to that 90-degree turn? Is there loss as far as the amount of office space? Is there additional cost?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Halliburton, we're fine with the change. Those kind of changes and parking and those sort of things we can work through. We're totally fine with doing that. I think there's been great suggestions on those. And so I think we're fine with that.
Yeah, the only thing to add to that, Councilmember Halliburton, is part of the reason that we had not originally proposed retention of the alley was you have a ramp coming off of Idaho Street that you need to clear. And we don't want that ramp to be overly steep. We want it to be an appropriate slope. So when staff raised the objection specifically because of that alley, we went back and evaluated. And our engineering team has come up with a solution, and that alignment can be preserved. The alley will have to be lowered so that we're not raising the elevation of the parking structure. But you know, that type of alley is not unique, and it would allow us to minimize curb cuts on Bannock as well. You know, you'd go from the 2 that we proposed to 1, which would only be an entrance into the bank drive-through. So the bank drive-through would exit through the alley. So I don't think we need to waste a whole lot of time about the alley at this point. My client is committed to construct and retain that location. We know that the neighboring property opponents object to, you know, the 3-foot change in grade. We don't think that that's really that material, and we've discussed that with Public Works to make sure that it works for their needs and requirements, and have the confirmation that we think it would. So what the trade-off is, you know, that additional alley space that would go to the north would become landscaped pedestrian plaza, and we potentially would bump out the residential units on the east property line a little bit farther, but you know, you'd still have the same 20 to 30 foot wide pedestrian plaza there on the east elevation.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Alquist, as well. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead. Councilmember Thompson, then Council President Pro Tem Sanchez.
Thank you. Yes, Jeff, my question is, again, let's go back to the height, and I just wanted to get your take and delve in a little in a different way. You answered some of my questions that Councilmember Halliburton, how he posed them, but in terms of the parking garage side, is there potential? I know it's easy for me to say this, everything has a cost, but to go down farther into the ground in terms of the parking, to bring that structure down in height in that regard. And then my follow-up also in that regard is you did note, well, you feel that I'm looking at my notes here, you feel that the north side is appropriate at that, you know, 126, 135 range. What are your thoughts in that regard to the south side as well? Thank you.
So Madam Mayor, Councilmember Thompson, let's start with parking. You know, first of all, yes, you're going to hear testimony tonight that there are other underground parking garages. There are no other underground parking garages that have, in this portion of downtown, that have the 460 stalls that we are proposing. Second, you know, we've had a lot of discussion and a lot of evaluation about the future of parking in cars. And one of the fundamental problems with going underground is if and when we're in a position in the future to retrofit that space, how do you retrofit underground garages? As you will note, the parking garage that Ball Ventures Alquist and Gardner Company joint ventured on with CCDC at Pioneer Crossing is very much the style of garage we're talking about here with flat decks. And that's one of the reasons why, as we've seen with Scott Ludwig's revised plan, there is a desire to ensure that we have flat decks for parking garages so that you can retrofit them in the future. You can do that if they're above ground, but it becomes really hard to do it underground. So then the third question that we heard repeatedly is, well, just put your ramps and make it go underground. Well, if we're going underground, or if you're trying to split some of it above ground and some of it below ground, we lose the amount of ground floor service commercial. That is now occupied by ramps. And you're starting to talk about ramps much like those at the Boise Airport, those circular or helical ramps that occupy a significant amount of space that you can't park on. So the trade-off is, yes, you can go on down, you could do that, but we have come up with a design that can be retrofitted for the future, that because your ramp is not steeper than 10%, you can park on the ramp itself, and you're not dedicating wasted space that is necessitating you going higher. The final point I would make to that is, I think a lot of our citizens don't comprehend the density bonuses and the floor area ratio bonuses that exist under the C5 zone under your code. Because in fact, if we go underground, we're entitled to a 4-to-1 density bonus, increasing the floor area ratio. And why is that? Well, that's the recognition that the city of Boise made long before, that underground parking is so much more expensive, so much more costly and problematic, that to offset the impact of that, you have to have more floors above ground. And so all along, we've been trying to right size this. And that leads me to your final question. Why 232 feet? Can we go lower? Yes. We know what our requirements are for ICCU. We know what the requirements are for the healthcare provider that will be the anchor healthcare user. We have some flexibility. We can reduce that. And if we reduce it, it also helps to address, some of the concerns about traffic, because we recognize it would be medical office that would be reduced, and some of the concerns you've heard about traffic and parking would be reduced by removing those spaces. Part of the issue that we have is, and I don't belabor the process, but we've heard the comments from the public. It's like, your project is so far designed, you have to think that this is a done deal. The fix is in. Well, the fix isn't in. Your requirements require us to come forward with this level of detail. But we're at a point with the level of detail where what we have presented to you reflects the maximum area, the maximum size, the maximum height. As we modify and we get guidance as to what you believe is appropriate height, that will actually reduce the amount of vehicle trips. That will reduce the traffic. That will reduce those things. So it will never be any worse than what has been forecast in the plans. And so as we look at that, maybe, and again, I don't want to criticize staff, but we were surprised that rather than have the discussion about appropriate conditions of approval for the development agreement and give us guidance, that the recommendation was, well, let's just deny it. Because, we can look and evaluate, but if we come in with 14 floors, do we then have a planning and zoning commission that says, no, it should be 10 or it should be 12? So I think I think you've all hit on it. We're sensitive to it. We wanted to design a project that is feasible, that is workable, that can park on the site, that meets the needs. And if we need to shorten the height of the southern office tower, we can. The thing I would point out, going back to the St. Luke's approval, is, we all know that office space floor heights have increased because of HVAC requirements. We know that's been in particular the case with medical and medical provision, and St. Luke's highlighted that in the master plan, that the traditional floor heights of 10 to 11 feet in their old space just are not workable. That's consistent with what we're seeing in medical office, that you need a higher clear space because of gas lines and other things like that. So as you think about conditions, what we're asking you is, whether it's floors or it's height, we just need the guidance to go back and work with Cushing Carroll on what is an appropriate height. How do you trade that off?
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you. Council President Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Wardle, I have a question for the benefit of folks who might be watching us online. If this project were to move forward, whether it's 10, 12, or 14 floors, what is the most affordable residential unit that you foresee?
Council President Pro Tem Sanchez, I am going to need to ask Mr. Turnbull to address that. So if we can have him step back in. We want to be absolutely clear that we have never committed that it's going to be an affordable product, because we intend it to be a market product. We've seen a fair amount of luxury apartments being constructed in downtown. And with the sizes and the configurations that have been contemplated, we intend for it to be a price point for, you know, the working public, but Mr. Turnbull is the expert on multifamily.
Thank you, Mr. Wardle.
Madam Mayor and Council Member Sanchez, the plan as it exists right now is 82 units. We figured that that was a minimum number of units to make it both managerial and operationally efficient. They consist of studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom units. The average size is about 650 square feet. So they are going to be in the, these are market rate, I should note that, but they will be in the affordable range. We couldn't tell you what the rates are going to be right now. We haven't fully analyzed that until we have a project.
Won't venture a guess. I mean, you're the professional, sir.
Oh, well, it's probably in the, starting in the $1,100-1,200 per month level.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Dave, while you're still there, I actually had a housing question, if you would. So here's my question. Have you considered making some of those units available to voucher holders? In other words, they could still, with the voucher, pay market rates, but they would only pay out of pocket their 30%, and you would get reimbursed for the additional if you could stay at fair market rate that meets HUD requirements for the rest of it. Would you consider setting aside some of those units to be made available for such a project?
Yes, Councilmember Clegg, Council President Clegg, I can't pretend to be an expert on the voucher program. I have not done it, but I have no reason to believe there would be any reason not to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I guess while I'm asking these questions, and we'll see if anyone else has some, Jeff, back to the parking. Here's my question. You all know that only 230 spaces are required. You've suggested that a suburban building of this size would be 800 and some spaces, and you're proposing 460. I wondered what you base that on in terms of your projection for parking use by the tenants that you project, whether or not you're going to make parking freely available to the residential units, or whether you're going to separately price that, and whether or not it would be possible to reduce one floor of parking down to 345 spaces total, that at least in my mind, would be more in keeping with a C5 zone.
Well, Madam Mayor, when we talk about parking, I will acknowledge medical office is a more intensive utilization of parking. Part of the reason, though, that we have felt that it's appropriate at this site to do medical parking, medical office building without some of those suburban levels is that, first and foremost, it is within walking distance of the St. Luke's campus. Second, it is on the major transit line coming in to downtown Boise from the east end. And we are 4 blocks away from Main Street Center, which Mr. Alquist and I had the privilege of developing in a prior relationship. So part of the reason that we feel that 460 stalls is appropriate is when we go back and look at the East End Boise original plan, this was one of the sites in the eastern portion of downtown that was identified as potentially providing a catalyst impact to eliminate surface parking if there was a parking garage which could serve the greater neighborhood. Currently, ICCU does rent parking to other users in the neighborhood in that surface parking lot. So, you know, if we were to decrease it, it reduces the amount of parking that we can make available to take some of that pressure off the neighborhood. If we reduce it, you do lose, you know, as we talk about parking, the 4 floors get us to 460 stalls. We think that that is an appropriate number. It is an appropriately sized garage, we think, for this neighborhood. And what people don't understand is, you know, what is 460 stalls? Well, that's approximately what Capitol Terrace or the Eastman Garage are. And then the final thing is, you know, we have constructed multiple and utilized a variety of parking solutions in downtown Boise. Again, Tommy and I have been involved with the delivery of City Center, with the delivery of 8th and Main, with Pioneer Crossing. Pioneer Crossing has a very large parking garage which has been delivered. Our team is well versed in what the cycles are of parking. And we also, because of the medical office uses that we have that are suburban, we know that most suburban medical office is a one-way trip. People get in their cars, they drive to the doctor, they drive home. However, in an urban setting, we've seen a lot more pass-by trips, and we think that that helps to modulate the number and the frequency of trips. So we obviously are going to be respectful to the direction that council gives us. We're trying to balance the concerns that we've read in the various studies and balance the needs of the immediate neighborhood. So yeah, at a P2 zone, it's 230 stalls is what would be required. We've proposed double that because we think it's reasonable within that footprint.
Thank you. Follow up. Given that answer, which I wasn't surprised by, to be honest, having read through all of the testimony, when we did initially approve the project on 4th Street south of Front Street, we required that a portion of the stalls in that parking garage be made available to the public, at least in off hours. If you're suggesting that part of the reason to oversize this garage is the lack of parking in general in this part of town, are you willing to consider making some of those stalls available to the public rather than selling them privately for what, you know, probably would be only daytime use?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we are in full agreement that parking, you know, there is a public cost associated with parking. Parking is not free, and we need to maximize that use. And that's part of the rationale. And just to be clear, Madam Mayor, I don't know which project you're talking about south of.
It was the Ludwig project.
Oh, yeah. So the Ludwig project obviously has undergone some changes, or potentially undergoing some changes, and I don't know exactly the details of what's going to happen there. But yeah, there was the trade-off because of the requirements. We certainly are going to do that from our parking experience, what we're finding and what we found with 8th and Main and with City Center and with Pioneer Crossing. And it's a little bit different, and we're sensitive to it because it's medical, but you know, there is a significant oversell factor and demand for your tenants and their employees, that not everybody shows up at the same time. Not everybody shows up every day. And, you know, we think you can address that. So that's part of the rationale. That's part of the rationale for 460 stalls. It does provide excess capacity, we believe, to the neighborhood that would be available at market rates. You know, and I guess that's, just to clarify, that's one of the other criticisms that we've heard is, well, St. Luke's gives parking for free. You're going to charge people. People aren't going to want to pay to park. And, you know, we really need to enter the 21st century. We need to quit externalizing the cost of parking. There is a consequence for getting in your vehicle. And the notion of free parking, somebody always pays for parking. So we haven't sorted that out with our medical users. What we've done elsewhere is, you know, you've discounted, you've subsidized that on the tenant side, you've addressed that through the tenant side so that their patients and clients aren't necessarily seeing it. But, you know, people are going to have to pay to park. The multifamily, you know, we have to park those tenants, but there's a cost associated with it. So what you've proposed, I think, is in line with the vision that we have for this garage.
Thank you. Councilmember Woodings, did I see you had some questions? Nope. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Well, with that, I think we're going to go ahead and take a break now. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 1:45, and we'll have the neighborhood association up. See you in 10 minutes. We're going to go back into session here. If everyone would let me know that they're back. All right. Thank you. We will continue the hearing with the Neighborhood Association. We have Tim Flaherty from the Downtown Neighborhood Association. Tim, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi there, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Tim Flaherty. I have a presentation tonight that I'll try to go through a little bit more quickly than I did before, but there's a couple of points that I think are important that I'll want to hit. So if we can go ahead and just get started. Again, like I said, my name is Tim Flaherty. I'm the former president of the Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Neighborhood Association. This was the last project that I worked on as neighborhood president. The feeling of the neighborhood, the votes of the neighborhood, none of that has changed since I left. In fact, they just recently had another meeting and voted unanimously to support this project again. Go ahead to the next slide. You know, as you see, the Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association unanimously supports this project. The developer BVA worked with us to address some of our concerns. They made significant changes to the project, and I'm confident that it's a good project for our neighborhood. Go ahead to the next slide. So why am I here tonight? Obviously, there's some reasons here. I served on the board of Downtown Neighborhood for 5 terms, 2 terms as vice president, or 3 terms as vice president and 1 term as president. I reviewed dozens of projects. You can see the projects there that I worked on with developers. You know, when people ask me about my time on the Neighborhood Association, I always say the most interesting thing is working with these developers and trying to get the most for the neighborhood. You know, really getting a yes, but, or a yes, and, rather than trying to tell people, no, we don't want that in our neighborhood, put that somewhere else. We really try to look for, as a neighborhood, what's best for the entire neighborhood, not just like what we prefer in a certain block. I would like to say that our neighborhood association, you can go to the next slide, is made up of people from all different backgrounds, including people that live in low-income housing, people that live in condos, people that live in single-family homes. We do have a very diverse board with people of color serving on our board, and people from all different income brackets. People like myself that work for nonprofits on behalf of the homeless, people who work you know, in large consultancies, and then obviously some retired folks as well. But we spent the last year doing some strategic planning, which included, you know, re-looking at our mission statement, our vision statement, our core values. We created a 12-point platform. We use all of those things to look at each development, each code change, each zoning issue that comes before us, and we say, okay, based on these these mission and vision and core values and our platform, how do we feel as a board about these things, rather than what our emotion is at the moment. And so we spent a lot of time working on that. Go ahead to the next slide. Our core values are to have integrity and be accessible and stay informed. All these things right here that you can see. But most importantly, I would say it's to be service orientated. And what that means to us is that we don't look at it from our personal perspective, but as a community as a whole, as a neighborhood as a whole, what's best. Go ahead to the next slide. So how did we reach our decision to support this particular project? Our mission statement, you can see here, is very mindful that we're in the heart of Boise. Our vision statement there is to create accessible and viable and livable downtown. And then this particular project hit 5 of our platform planks pretty strongly. And I'd like to just go through those very briefly with you if I can. So go ahead to the next slide. Point 2 is cycling. Cycling's been something that has been really important to downtown residents. We are, as much as we possibly can, with every breath, encouraging people to walk and ride their bikes to work to reduce the traffic that's downtown. And we believe that when we went to the developer and explained how their garage, going onto Bannock Street would disrupt what's become a bicycle and pedestrian friendly street, they switched things up to take that into consideration. Go ahead to the next slide. Parking. I always like to say, you want to get somebody excited who's on the downtown neighborhood board, talk about parking, talk about traffic, or talk about affordable housing. In this instance, the developer has really, hit that parking, I think just right. And there was a lot that was just said about that. So we really don't need to go more into it, but just know that we're, as a neighborhood, always concerned about the number of parking spaces and the affordability of parking. I spent some time living in other cities, visiting a number of other cities over the last 20 years. And I've seen how, in Boise, you could park for $3 an hour with your first hour being free in most places. In some other cities, San Francisco, Seattle, Boston, all over the South, your first hour is $25. And so as a neighborhood association downtown, we always want to encourage that there's the right amount of parking per project and that it's available to the public to use when not being used by the tenants. And so we're happy to hear that BVA is working towards that same goal with their project here. Go ahead to the next slide. Traffic, again, we're trying our best to reduce the amount of traffic and regulate it. And we love the fact that BVA has switched the egress to the garage to be considerate of the needs of the neighborhood, and specifically putting it onto Idaho rather than onto Bannock. Go ahead to the next slide. Affordable housing. Now, I know that BVA said that it's not an affordable project, but one thing that we understand as downtowners is that rates are a little more expensive downtown. Building costs and land costs are more expensive downtown. And so we do expect that the rates will be a little higher. However, what people can maybe trade off for is that in this particular location, they're walking distance to a number of grocery stores, they're walking distance to entertainment and restaurants. If they're somebody who works in the medical field at, say, the St. Luke's campus, they're walking distance to work. If there's somebody who works in the state government or the city government, they could walk to work in those places. So we really feel like when we say affordable housing, we mean affordable market rate. And one thing that we do like about BVA in this particular instance is when they first brought this forward to us, I believe there was something like 39 units. And our board said, man, if you could double the amount of housing, we would just fall in love with this project. And we were that was sort of like a throwaway. And because we always dream of having more housing in our neighborhood, and they took it to heart, and they came back a few weeks later, and they have what you have in front of you now, which is this 82 units, which, to think about it, will just liven up that whole side of our neighborhood, that whole side of downtown, just bring it to life with people. The other thing I like about it is that they've put in a mixture of sizes. And so you could have somebody who, say, is going to the University of Idaho School of Law downtown, and they are living there in a studio apartment, and they're able to walk to class. You could have somebody who's maybe going to Boise State even and walk down, 3rd Street across the park to class. So I think that having the different sizes there will really create a different kind of community. It won't just be people with families and children, and it won't just be just single people. There's a couple of different sizes of apartments, so it'll give a really nice mixture. Go ahead to the next slide. Building height, in our platform, we, as the Downtown Neighborhood Association, we believe in building up, not out. We know that square footage is limited downtown. We know that the people who live adjacent on this block have a real concern about the height, and we're not indifferent to that. We've heard that. We've made a number of suggestions. BVA has heard those. They switched originally the taller side of the building was headed towards the north. They've switched that around to take into account some of the views for the people that live in the Imperial Plaza. And again, we really just feel like from the beginning, as we've had concerns and as we've shared those concerns with BVA, they've taken them into account. Go ahead to the next slide. I want to share with you a little bit of a timeline for our decision to unanimously support this proposal. And so we'll go through that real briefly if you want to just go to the next slide. So this kind of shows you how we spent a lot of time actually looking at the proposal, speaking with BVA, going back and forth with BVA, and not just BVA, but also the neighbors that live adjacent to the building. This was in the middle of the coronavirus pandemic, and so we weren't able to contact every single person that lives on that block. But as you all know, or at least the members of the city council that have heard me or my predecessor before me present to you, when we get a proposal, especially something significant like this, we go out and we walk the block and we review everything. And we had a number of open meetings, public meetings, where we heard from neighbors. We heard from the people who live right there next door, who are opposing this project, who you will hear from tonight. We heard from the developer. We took everything we could from the people that were there, that were living next to the building, that were all their concerns, and we, as forcefully and as aggressively as we could, we went to BVA and we convinced them, and it really wasn't that hard to convince them to make the changes. They were actually one of the better developers I've ever dealt with. They were ready to hear our concerns. They were ready to make changes. They really were willing to work with us. And I don't think as a neighborhood, you can ask for much more from a developer than for you to say, hey, we're concerned of the elevations that face the east. And they say, well, let's see how we can change that to make it, fit those concerns. And lo and behold, if you look at the elevations from May to now, it's completely different. And so, if you go to the next slide. So our recommendations to BVA, you can see parking height, alleyway, art and green space, and the Juliet balconies. Now, from our perspective, they've addressed every single concern we've had. We do have a issue with Juliet balconies. That's a preference for downtown and non-owner occupied residences, but we'll take that concern with us to design review. Hopefully we'll win that fight, unless you see fit to put it in the design agreement, which, we'd be happy to hear you do that and say that they would put Juliet balconies on the non-owner occupied residences only. That's something that's important to downtown. And I could go into why if you have questions about that, but go ahead to the next slide. This shows even more. They, like I said, they agreed to flip the towers. They altered the alleyway design. They've added some green space. And again, really the only problem we have with BVA right now is the Juliet balconies. Go ahead. Again, it says 75 new homes, and it's now 82 new homes, which is incredible. Go ahead to the next slide. We have 8 new condos in downtown, which is exciting for us. Downtown neighbors love their fancy, expensive condos. And go ahead to the next slide. And you can see, we strongly encourage you to approve this project, provided that the rental units have Juliet balconies, which I always love. But again, if you don't want to have that fight tonight, we can go ahead and take that on to design review. Go ahead to the next slide. And we vote yes. And that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you now.
Thank you, Tim. Before we go to questions, you gave your PO box. Are you able to give us your physical address?
I can give you my physical address, but when I represent the neighborhood, I always use the neighborhood PO box, and that's because any correspondence that comes for the neighborhood, we prefer to have it go to that PO box. That way it gets disseminated to everybody.
Okay. That's all right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Looks like Council President Pro Tem Sanchez has her hand up. You have a question for Tim?
Yes, thank you. So yes, I'm curious. Tell me about these Juliet balconies. I want to hear more.
So the difference between a traditional balcony and a Juliet balcony is if you've been or have looked at the Gibson, the difference really is that there's sort of like a balcony grade and a sliding glass door. So rather than having a space where people would go out onto, that space would be included in the size of their apartment. So it makes the apartments larger, but they still get the indoor-outdoor feel because they can open a sliding glass door and they can be sort of inside while they're outside. I don't know if that makes sense, but we've seen that design now and we really like it. And it makes us feel like the buildings still get a texture of having a balcony, but they don't have that. They don't have that balcony jutting out from the buildings. So it's a design preference, really.
So it's about the comfort of the dweller. Is there anything aesthetic about it for folks looking at the building?
Yeah. So yes, thank you. Yeah. So if you look at the buildings downtown that are non-owner occupied, meaning they have renters in them, and they have balconies, they tend to have things pile up on the balconies, which a lot of property management companies will have rules against that. However, it becomes really a management problem. And so it's very difficult for people from the management company side to, it puts renters at odds with landlords. And so by eliminating the balconies and creating the Juliet balconies, you don't have as much stuff piling up outside, and you reduce those problems. And so you see less evictions for non-payment issues. And so it creates less clutter, essentially. We believe it beautifies downtown, which in this particular side of our neighborhood, we think will help.
And what has been do we know what the reluctance is to add those?
I think it just was something that BVA, I don't know, maybe they didn't realize necessarily that was something that was a preference of the downtown neighborhood. I'm not exactly sure. But again, they gave so much, in so much so along the way and really worked with us so much. But again, and I kind of smile while I'm saying this, we always, at each point, we're saying, but don't forget the Juliet balconies. And I just don't know if that's something that maybe their architects or design team haven't been able to address. But we do think it will add square footage to the size of the units and will beautify the neighborhood. So that's something that's really important to us as neighbors.
Great, thank you, Tim.
Other questions? I guess I would ask Celine if you'd pipe in. I think the city actually has a requirement that we have a certain amount of outdoor space available in these kinds of buildings. Is that true?
Madam Mayor, that usually is for planned unit developments where we have at least 100 square feet per residential unit. This proposal wouldn't need to go through a PUD because it would be allowed outright with the C5 zone. But I know for a design review standpoint, the Juliet balconies don't really activate the outside of the building because they're essentially just a space to slide open your door, but the tenants can't go outside. It does create the opportunity to not have, things stack up, but it also prevents the opportunity from people going into the outdoors when you live in a downtown environment. But there are pros and cons to the balconies.
Thank you. Other questions for Tim? All right, well, thank you, Tim. Seeing none, we'll go ahead to the rest of the testimony.
Thank you.
Before I start down the list, I have a question, both of the City Council and folks online. We've had a request to move someone up from the bottom of the list because they're going to have to leave. I've suggested that they could move up to number 8 before the group that's going all together goes. This person happens to be a former City Council member, so I don't want to show any preference. I'm not showing any preference. We just do have someone who otherwise won't be able to testify if we don't move them up. So I'm asking now if there's any objection to moving Alan Shealy to number 8. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead. Councilmember Bajan, did you have a comment?
Yeah, my comment was just that somebody from the public wants to be heard, and if we can accommodate them, we should hear them as opposed to not accommodating them because of their public service in the past. So yes, we should move this person up.
Thank you. We'll do that. So Alan, you'll be number 8. Now we do have one person in person. David, if you'd like to go first, since you're here, we'll allow that. And then we'll move to the people online.
Thank you, David Klinger, 1404 North 24th Street. And I just want to introduce one point into the record that's a little tangential to your discussion tonight and the decision that you have before you. But I think it's a useful time to inject it into the discussion. And as this project, if it should move to design review stage or an improved and revised version of this project move to design review, it might be useful to have an expression to that board that this is a valid concern of the City Council. And that is the question of the environmental impacts of large office tower structures. This project is a big project. It's a massed project. It is a tall project. It is a consequential project, and it promises to change the skyline of Boise forever. At the same time that we're expanding our downtown and growing upwards, perhaps we should also discuss whether the standards, the design standards, the material standards for these types of new impactful structures should also rise. And I raise the question specifically of the impact of large massed glass towers on migratory birds and the bird-friendly design standards in the choice of materials in projects like the one before you. The best practices that Mr. Wardle referred to in his earlier comments also encompass environmental impacts of these large structures. And this is not an idle concern, birds. Already in 2020, your counterparts, the City Council of New York, revamped its entire building codes to mandate the use of materials such as non-reflective glass in any new construction or the renovation or rehabbing of existing buildings. The City Council of Chicago is doing that. Several cities in California have done it. The state of Maryland has done it. There is legislation this year in the Congress to mandate the use of more environmentally friendly, bird-friendly design and materials in new federal office buildings. And that's a reflection of the fact that the era of the massed, glassed, impactful office tower is beginning to come to an end, or it's at least morphing into something different than what we've known in the past. And we're going to have this opportunity here in Boise to follow the lead of other cities in this country. I'm reminded of what Moshe Softy.
David, your time is up.
Really? That was
is.
a fast 3 minutes. Okay. I encourage you to, in any design review that this project may proceed to at least raise the issue that this is a concern. And we'll be back to see you when the Ludwig Towers project comes before you.
Thank you. Any
Thank you
questions?
very much.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to our online list. And the first person in that list is Linda Anderson. Welcome, Linda.
Madam Mayor, I believe that Linda has been asked to unmute.
Linda, you're still on mute. You'll have to unmute to join us. We'd love to see you if you can put your video on. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, she appears. Oh, there she is. Hold on just a moment.
We'll give you another shot here, Linda. I think the clerk's letting you back in. Now if you could unmute.
Now I got an unmute. Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Welcome.
Now, okay, is my time starting?
As soon as you start speaking, name and address first, please.
I start? Thank
Name
you,
and
Madam Mayor and members. It's Linda Anderson. I have lived at 323 West Jefferson Street for 6 years. When my late husband and I moved to the Jefferson, the friendly neighborhood was foremost on our minds. One of the great pluses of living in this, quote, downtown but not quite downtown neighborhood, unquote, is the ability, excuse me, to walk safely in any direction. I am in and it is fun to see and chat with other dog owners and neighbors. With this proposed project, of life will be greatly diminished. The threat of massive change is not an idle one. The ACHD traffic study included a project would generate 6,062 additional vehicle trips per day. So beyond the profound impact on this historic neighborhood, increased traffic congestion with many more vehicles on our streets will make it far less safe for pedestrians and their pets. The parking involved with this project would also present problems. Many older nearby apartments have no parking at all. The Jefferson has one underground space for each unit, but some residents have more than one car and there are visitors and service vehicles. We have been told by an expert that the proposed project does not have adequate parking spaces. When asked at a neighborhood meeting what would happen if medical patients resisted paying for parking, the developer's representative replied, quote, "When the neighborhood streets fill up, they will park and pay," unquote. Is this project predicated upon using up all available on-street parking spaces first? Would we have drivers frantically circulating looking for non-existing parking places? Finally, there is the visual and auditory impact of the parking garage. It would include 5 levels of brightly lit, loud, above-ground parking open 24/7. I don't think you could find many people who would not agree that parking garages are eyesores. At the first neighborhood meeting, when asked about underground parking, the developer's representative said it is too expensive. Tonight, they're in Jefferson and Imperial Plaza that they were able to underground their parking. In my opinion, this is the wrong project
Linda,
for
your
this
time is up.
neighborhood. It belongs in the central core. I urge you to deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any questions? Thank you. Next up is Ron Roberts.
Madam Mayor, that individual does not appear to be online.
Okay. Ron isn't here, so John Barnett and Celine, I think you're going to be sharing slides for John.
That's correct. Okay. My name is John Barnett. I live at 200 North 3rd Street, the Imperial Plaza, which is a block, less than a block from the project. I've been a resident of Boise since 1964, the year that the construction began on the Imperial Plaza. In my presentation, I include 6 simulated renderings of the project for your consideration. These renderings were created using Google Earth, which enables the placement of boxes drawn to scale to approximate the shape and size of structures like those proposed by BVA. The box representing the larger South Tower is at its stated height of 232 feet. The North L-shaped tower is set at 112 feet, and the bridging parking structure between the 2 towers is set at 45 feet, which heights were confirmed by the developer at the October 7th neighborhood meeting. Subsequently, the 112-foot tower has increased to 135 feet. The top view is looking from the northwest. Note the dwarfed 136-foot Imperial Plaza building behind the project. The bottom view is looking from the northeast. Next slide, please. The next 2 views are looking from the southeast and southwest. In the top view, you can see the distant high-rise buildings in the downtown core area. At the left of the bottom view, note the 75-foot Jefferson condominium building nestled within the canopy of neighborhood trees. Hard to see, but it's there. Slide number 3. Here, the top view is looking to the north from Capitol Boulevard and Myrtle Street. Note the 3-block separation of this project from the similar high-rise structures in the downtown core, only 2 of which are taller than this project. And the bottom view is looking east along Idaho Street from Capitol Boulevard. This view shows how dramatically this project's mass and height dominated surroundings. Although perhaps lacking in cosmetic design details, these simulated renderings do illustrate the incongruity of such a large structure within this low-rise residential office neighborhood, as well as the separation of this 232-foot high-rise structure from the other high-rise buildings in the downtown core. This rezone would establish a precedent and expectations for every other property owner in this historic neighborhood and result in the destruction of its unique character. A comprehensive process already well underway to study the city's zoning needs should be completed before a spot rezone this disrupted in nature is considered. Furthermore, this rezone would allow construction of a project that is wrong for the historic neighborhood in which it has been proposed. Please deny this application and protect the character and integrity of East Boise downtown and the city of Boise. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions? Thank you very much. Next is Anna Webb. Anna, I see you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Anna Webb. I live at 620 West Fort Street, and I'm speaking in strong opposition to this project. First, on the topic of housing, it is important to restate that this is primarily an office tower and parking garage. The developer has included rental units in the design, and this feels like a gesture to make the design more palatable to the community by appearing to address Boise's famously tight housing market. But as it stands, the units, not even including the high-end condominiums planned for the building's top floors, will rent for market rate. And this is simply out of reach for many potential renters. Like so many other developments that exist already in downtown Boise, it would cater to renters with deep pockets and would not promote a healthy, economically mixed neighborhood. Second, on the topic of the scale of the project, the building's height is grossly out of scale with the historic buildings that surround it. You know, when we think of the great cities of the world and the great streets, we think of cities and streets where buildings make sense with one another, where they work together to create a continuous urban fabric and an environment where people actually want to be, where they want to live, want to walk, want to socialize. We have a wonderful example of this at 8th and Idaho. And we can ask, you know, why is this area so alive? Why is it so successful? And barring a pandemic, so crowded with life, no matter the season. One of the reasons is because nothing is out of scale. It's a real place. It's a place that makes sense. And it draws people in, not just from Boise, but from surrounding communities. This proposed building would be an outlier. It would create the antithesis of the vibrant streets we say as Boiseans that we so value. And this in a neighborhood that frankly has been hit hard by loss, in particular by the St. Luke's expansion that has effectively dismantled a corner of the city. In this era of explosive growth, it's incumbent upon us to preserve the heart of our city. And I ask you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Any questions? Thank you very much. Next up is Jennifer Geiger. And again, Celine is going to share some slides. Jennifer.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jennifer Geiger. I live at 13032 North Shicks Ridge Road in Boise, 83714. I'm the daughter of John and Kathy Hawkinson. My parents own this charming bungalow located at 305 West Bannock Street, which sits directly northeast of the proposed BVA Northern Tower. In 1992, the ICC building was owned by the Dance Corporation. They had also owned my parents' bungalow, which they purchased from Jans in 1992, saving it from being moved or from demolition. From 1992 to 1993, my parents did a total renovation and restoration inside. This office would become their corporate headquarters for their hardwood lumber company, which was called Hawkeye Forest Products Incorporated. The building price and renovation costs were $400,000. After graduating from college, myself and my younger brother, Marcus Hawkinson, worked for our parents in the family business. I worked inside this office for 18 years. We have maintained this beautiful office both inside and out for the past 27 years, and it is in excellent condition. It is an asset to downtown Boise and adds character to our charming Northeast End neighborhood. BVA's, next slide, please, Celine. BVA's proposed northern tower is 126 feet tall and would sit just 20 feet from our office on their east side. This wall to our west would eliminate all of the bright afternoon sunshine that comes through our many bay windows. These windows brighten our office so much that oftentimes we don't even have to turn on the interior lights. Could you show the next slide? Thank you. So the proposed alley changes are also of great concern to my family. We have 6 parking stalls behind our office. They all bump right up to the alleyway, meaning the back of our vehicles are very close to the alley with not much room to spare. This makes backing out of the parking spots dangerous, especially if there is a lot of traffic coming into this narrow alley. We worry about our safety and the safety of others. I'd like to point out that during tonight's meeting and also at the last planning and zoning meeting, the representative from the Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association mentioned that they had reached out to all of the adjacent neighbors and property owners on the block with regards to this project. My parents were never contacted once by them, nor was a flyer or letter ever left at our office. So thank you for your time and consideration in declining the zoning of this project.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions? Thank you. Next up is Deanna Smith. Deanna.
Good evening, everyone. I'll apologize ahead of time for my work logo showing up. I just need to clarify I'm not here testifying for anyone but myself this evening. So that said, you have my previous comments. Tonight, I just want to emphasize the value of following your plans. Boise's vibrant, successful downtown core is the result of good planning. The downtown east side has its own unique good plans that purposefully set it apart from, while complementing the downtown core rather than expanding the downtown core. You have such plans for expansion to the west, but not to the east. This proposal accomplishes only one element of planning for this area, and that is more housing, although no promise of workforce or affordable housing. We know we want and need this in downtown, but you can achieve this without compromising the other elements of the old Boise East Side Master Plan, such as third places and active street fronts, economic diversity, no mega block buildings, connectivity including alleys. Tunneling interrupts connectivity as tunnels nearly always fail to serve walking and biking. Just to mention a few. I consider these more important than the height, and the discussion around height is distracting from these other very important concerns. Although such a leapfrog in height brings a huge change to this area and could slowly make your current plans obsolete. The project is overparked, and I encourage the city to push hard for shared parking and a significant reduction of parking, which could help reduce the building's footprint and height. I disagree current planning has not been successful. Both the Jefferson as well as the number of reinvestments property owners have made illustrate the success of current planning. Downtown took decades to realize its plans and is still doing so today. Vision takes time, patience, and commitment. I hope you will make that commitment. The suggestion this area will eventually follow St. Luke's development pattern and needs more medical office space is concerning. If the city allows this to occur, it likely would result in tragic outcomes for this portion of downtown, primarily by creating a single economic focus rather than the economic. Successful downtowns have a diverse economic base and do not have suburban development patterns. I would argue that following your plans is how you prevent this from happening. If you don't believe in the vision of this plan, then you should first create a new vision and not slowly erode the one in place. The applicant compares the rezone to the Jefferson 1 block north. However, that rezone was to address a technical challenge in order to build something fulfilling the vision for this area. This rezone appears to simply try and bypass that vision. I urge you to trust the planning for this area and support your Planning and Zoning Commission's denial of both the rezone and the current proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Deanna. Any questions?
Deanna, any questions?
Madam Mayor, one quick question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Halliburton.
Deanna, great to see you. Just one question. You're saying that one of your primary concerns is the super block that it's creating and the mass and scale of the building rather than a more pedestrian friendly at foot level. Is that correct?
Yes, both the mass and scale, the mega block, it will be the largest footprint in all of downtown, even larger than our two other taller buildings. And that is very clearly stated in both, actually even your core planning, that you want to avoid mega buildings. But the planning for this area really urges no mega buildings. But I think as importantly, and a previous speaker mentioned this, it's really marginally a mixed use building. What this area needs more than anything to make it a mixed use neighborhood is, in addition to some workforce and affordable housing, It needs third places, and this building provides none of that. I'm not personally convinced we need a lot more office space anywhere in downtown Boise with the future changes that COVID is likely bringing to office space.
Thank you, Deanna. Good to see you.
Sure, good to see you too.
Thank you. All right, Sean and Sherry Ann Black, are you both going to testify separately or just one of you?
No, I'll speak for both of us.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Sean Black. My wife Sharon and I live at 200 North 3rd Street, Condo 805. We urge the city of Boise to deny this appeal. First, I want to describe our situation. In December of 2019, we found and purchased our condo on the 8th floor of the Imperial Plaza. Our condo's view is fantastic. We see all of downtown, including a perfect view of our state's capital. This view is exactly what we were looking for, so we began researching the property. In the first step of our due diligence, we found the comprehensive plan on the Boise Planning website. We looked at what the Northeast Planning area and were encouraged when we read the goals of the plan are to essentially preserve the character of the North End and reduce negative impacts from commercial facilities on adjacent residential areas. Next, we considered how the area that could affect our view was zoned. We found that the building height in this proposed location was, at a maximum, limited to the heights and setbacks similar to the Jefferson Building. We evaluated all the information available to us, and believing that the documents provided were trustworthy, we purchased our home in the Imperial Plaza. We then began updating the property. Midway through the expensive remodel, we learned of this proposed development. As citizens of Boise, what other due diligence could we have performed to make sure that our investment of nearly $500,000 in our downtown home would not be compromised by future developments of this type? We certainly can understand that things can change, but maps and documents which outline the current and long-term plans for development should act as a covenant between the city's officials and its citizens. If they are to be changed at the whim of a powerful developer, why have them at all? Any reasonable person would expect that changes of this magnitude would undergo a community process, with all stakeholders having the opportunity to provide input to the process rather than the 3 minutes we are granted here in this hearing. If approved, we would lose our view of the downtown area and our state's capital, which will be replaced with 40 to 50% of our view being the side of this building. If placed in the appropriate area designated in the comprehensive plan for buildings of this design, our view would be preserved. The difference is dramatic. The comprehensive plan is, for better or worse, what the citizens of Boise must rely on for a guide. Many people rely on this information to make major life decisions. If the city of Boise believes that the comprehensive plan needs revision, then make the decision to revise it and begin the process of getting stakeholder input. The huge changes to the comprehensive plan should be managed by the city and its citizens, not by personnel and development company boardrooms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Alan, you're up next. Welcome, sir. How are you doing? You're still on mute.
Okay, there I go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Madam Mayor, City Council, and everybody waiting in line, thank you for letting me bump into line. The last time I tried doing that, I was beaten with a ski pole, so I really do appreciate it. I'm Alan Sheely. I live at 2053 East Solitude Court here in Boise. And as City Council member, you recall that I worked with some of you on Blueprint Boise, which was adopted in 2011. Which became and still is the guiding planning document for achieving Boise's mantra of being the most livable city in the country. The plan is based on 7 key principles, including 4 that I think are particularly germane to this evening's discussion. A predictable development pattern. Number 2, stable neighborhoods and mixed-use activity centers. Number 3, a connected community. And number 4, a community that values its culture, education, arts, and history. Not to denigrate Tommy Alquist and Dave Turnbull, who have done some good projects downtown, but I believe that this rezone proposal before you this evening goes against the very grain of Blueprint Boise's guiding principles. To begin, the argument that the River Myrtle Old Boise Urban Renewal District is sunsetting in 2024 and that current rules will need to be revisited is a red herring. The guidelines in this district are superseded by the Old Boise East Side Master Plan, which remains the dominant planning vehicle unless alternative and specific action is taken by the City Council. I cite the following blueprint passage for consideration. Quote, "The preferred development concept for Old Boise East Side does not envision a dramatic change in character of the physical environment. Other than a modest increase in intensity and a better balance between land uses, adding housing is seen as vitally important. It will promote retail vitality, allow people to work and live in downtown, reduce traffic congestion, and increase safety. These results can be achieved through medium scale infill development and redevelopment. The footprint and sheer size, the sheer mass of the proposed development or others that would be enabled by this rezone would not only countervail the letter and intent of the master plan as referred to in Blueprint Boise, but would utterly destroy the character of the surrounding neighborhood and open up the floodgates towards similar requests by other developers. The beauty, serenity, and functionality of this precious area would be lost forever. I lived and worked in New York City for many years. The city is a jumble of insanely tall, massive buildings that crowd out sunlight, eliminate a sense of open space, and create canyons of cramp. I don't think that's what we want here in Boise. In fact, Blueprint points us in exactly the opposite direction. Because approving a zoning change would risk denaturing the unique charm and livability of this idyllic neighborhood, I urge you to reject this rezone request. Thank you for your time. I stand for questions.
Well, that was awfully well timed, Alan. Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, hearing none, we are going to go to break. We have next a group of 13 who will be going in order together with one presentation.
Good job.
And you'll be back here at 10 till the hour. Thank you.
Hi, Matt.
Oh.
Thanks for checking on my feed on the link. I got it.
Good. I'm on here twice. I'm not quite sure what that's all about, but hey. Yeah. Alan Sheely did a nice job.
He did. Hi, Cindy.
Hi, guys. I'm on here twice.
I am too. That means we're special.
Folks, I just want to let you know that even though we're on break, you're still being recorded, okay? And you're being live streamed, okay? Just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thanks, Lisa.
I think I'm on here twice because I have it on my phone.
When there's an extra, so now you're headed again.
Paula.
No problem. Means something. Mhm.
All right, it is 10:02. We'll ask everybody to come back online. And we'll start again. Thank you. All right, next we're going to have a group who's testifying together. They're going to share a presentation and go one after the other through it in specific orders. So I'm going to introduce all of you right now, and then I'll let you, as you start your part of the presentation, be sure to give your name and address. That way we won't have to stop it in between each of you. So we'll start with Matthew Parks. Second will be William Clark. Third will be Dan Everhart. Fourth will be Pam Sheldon. Fifth will be Dennis Dunlop. Sixth will be Patricia Dunlop. Seventh will be Keith Gaines. Eighth will be Heidi Bogert. Ninth will be Robert Schneider. 10th, Cindy Sheffield. 11th, David Nevin. 12th, Dennis Benjamin. And 13th will be Max Clark. And so with that, Matthew, if you want to kick it off.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you can see the slideshow. If you can't, please let me know. My name is Matthew Parks. My address is 802 West Bannock Street. And thanks for letting me have this opportunity to address my concern.
We'll stop the time here and see if we can get the audio fixed. Sorry about that, Matthew. Yes, we can see your screen.
I will. I've muted everybody, I believe.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties. So I want to focus my comments on two things. First, probably what you'll hear a lot of tonight is the appropriate height and setbacks for this. But also, before I do that, I really want to talk about how to evaluate the proposed zone in a temporal context, really to address a comment that was made by Councilman Bajent earlier. So the Idaho Supreme Court has held that the city, your job in a quasi-judicial forum like this is to consider the planning documents that we've got, and we're saying that the appropriate planning documents are the East Side, Old Boise East Side Master Plan. It's still relevant today, but I think you need to consider that in the context of the present factual circumstances. That's what the Idaho Supreme Court says, and as typically is the case, they tell you something and you don't understand what they're telling you. So what does it mean? Planning documents are supposed to forecast the future. They're supposed to say, well, what is going to be on the horizon? And I think the Idaho Supreme Court has recognized that sometimes what is planned for doesn't happen. So that's why we have to take a look at the planning documents in light of the present factual circumstances, or what has happened. In other words, has the goal of the plan been achieved, or has it deviated so far that we don't need to look at that planning document any longer? I submit to you that the planning and the development of this neighborhood that we're talking about has actually tracked the plan, the old Boise East Side Master Plan, and is still on that trajectory, and we should not deviate from that. Boise is made up of neighborhoods. I understand that the skyline of Boise may not be fully yet matured, but it's the neighborhood here is not the appropriate place to put a new building that, as you can see from the slide, is going to dominate the skyline. These plans shouldn't be ignored. You shouldn't put this proposed tower here when all the planning documents tell you that the buildings like this should be placed in the west side. So I want to say the present factual circumstances, you know, as I was reading a lot of the materials here, the issue really was exemplified in a comment from the applicant when they wrote, is a 75-foot tall residential condominium building that is located on the property boundary adjacent to an alley that towers over a one-story Spanish Revival restaurant more or less impactful than the two towers of 135 feet and 235 feet. These are those two buildings. This is what they're talking about. This one obviously is more impactful. With that, looks like my time is up. The next person up is William Clark.
Thank you. William.
It's called Bill.
Bill.
Anyway, hi.
I'm sorry, Bill.
Hello,
It's not Bill Clark.
Madam Mayor and members of the council. Bill Clark, 420 Main Street, the Veltex building, Boise 83702. I go back 15 years in owning and developing property in the east side of downtown. And during that time, when we were purchasing property and doing things, we worked with city staff, council, CCDC, Urban Land Institute, and some of the members of the council directly. And we came up, those two agencies, particularly CCDC and the city, with I thought was a unified vision, which was for between downtown, high density downtown, and St. Luke's was a calm neighborhood, office, residential, no more than 90 feet, walkable, and with parking underground, as we did with Jefferson, as we did with Veltex. And here we have something that has 4 or 5 stories of parking above ground. And we've shown how you can do residential at the ground level, make it a neighborhood. And that was the whole idea of this. And we continue to own property downtown and are seeking to acquire others over time. But what's proposed here would be a radical change to the city and CCDC's plan. And why that could occur, I mean, it's proverbially the 50 gallons in a 5-gallon bucket. And think of the precedent it establishes. If this is what is established as a precedent, everything between downtown and St. Luke's is going to be like the proposal. There's no reason not to. And the whole CCDC and city's plan was to move downtown to the west, which has been doing successfully, very successfully, I might say. So I'm just going to stop there and see if you have any questions.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone have any questions for Bill? Bill, I'll ask a quick one. We had 45 seconds, so I won't stop it for long. With the Jefferson, tell me about how much of a stoop there is behind the sidewalk. And then as I understand it, some of the balconies are overhang some of that open space at ground level. Is that correct?
That's correct. We did try to keep a nice, comfortable streetscape and set back from the sidewalk. And of course, we have balconies, which I think are key to downtown living, let alone a Juliet balcony. And And then we, on the alley side, we have an easement, there's a phrase for it with ACHD over where we hang over the alley above a certain height so the fire trucks can get under it. So.
Thank you. All right, next up is Dan Everhart.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Dan Everhart, and I'm an architectural historian who lives at 200 North 3rd Street. I am here to express my concerns and urge the city of Boise to deny the application to rezone the property at 200 North 4th. These concerns are mine as an individual and do not reflect the views of the state of Idaho or the Idaho State Historical Society where I am employed. Ball Ventures Alquist has proposed a project that would be radically different from the surrounding neighborhood where the project site is located, a neighborhood I have lived in for nearly 18 years. The proposed project would require approval of a rezone from RO to C5. And while the applicant is focused on their particular site and everything related to getting their project approved and built, it is important to note that a critical element of the city's rezoning process is to examine how the applicant's request fits into the bigger picture. My friends, neighbors, and I have prepared a series of short presentations on the bigger picture issues that we feel are most important for City Council to examine in making its decision on the applicant's request. The first of these issues, and the one that I will highlight, concerns the current characteristics of the Old Boise East Side neighborhood. This area includes Boise's original commercial district, still thriving, in an important collection of historic buildings, which have gratefully been protected through local historic district designation by the city. This area also includes the East Side neighborhood, which is where the project site is located. If you stand atop the Capitol Terrace parking garage and look east on Idaho Street towards St. Luke's, you see exactly where this neighborhood is located. Do you catch it in that picture? Do you see it? It is marked by an amazing tree canopy, which starts at 5th Street and continues past 2nd. These mature trees still exist because of the wide tree lawns and generous building setbacks. It is quiet, peaceful, refreshing in the summer, and a pleasant place to walk or bike. Most of the buildings are 1 and 2 stories. Many are historic houses, even if some are being used for offices now. It feels like home. It is home. The elements needed to create a neighborhood feel, which have taken, are already here. It has a comfortable, people-oriented scale. It fits well with the historic character, scale, and building pattern in the Old Boise Commercial District, character which is protected in perpetuity by the city's historic preservation program. This atmosphere is valuable and rare in downtown Boise. Most of the other areas with underdeveloped land, such as West Side, Cultural District, Live District, and the River Street neighborhood, do not have multiple blocks of tree-lined streets right next to a traditional commercial district offering restaurants, entertainment, and shops. That's why the developer wants to build their out-of-place project here. Thank you for your consideration.
Pam.
Yes, I'm in Matt Parks's office, so I'm appearing under his name. So I just need to know when my time starts.
Go ahead, name and address.
Pam Sheldon, 2274 South Geckler Lane, Boise. I supervised the team that wrote the Old Boise East Side Master Plan when I worked for CCDC. My testimony relates to the question, what is the city's long-term plan for the Old Boise East Side area? The City Council endorsed and adopted the Old Boise East Side Master Plan in 2004 and again in 2011 when the council adopted Blueprint Boise as the city's comprehensive plan. Blueprint Boise specifically states that the Old Boise East Side Master Plan has been incorporated into that document. It is the neighborhood plan for this area and is to be used to guide future development. Blueprint Boise states that it is important to create thriving downtown neighborhoods surrounding the central business district. that Old Boise East Side is a prime location for an urban neighborhood where residential development should be encouraged. The Old Boise East Side Master Plan includes a preferred development concept. It emphasizes that the historic character and existing desirable attributes within Old Boise East Side are to be preserved while allowing for complementary infill development. The plan does not envision a dramatic change in the level of development other than a modest increase in intensity and a better balance between land uses. Adding housing is vitally important. So here are 3 questions. Would you want this project to be built in your neighborhood? Do you think it is appropriate for any other neighborhood in Boise? Will this project increase or decrease people's desire to live here or move here? The project has its good points. It has a mix of uses and housing, but it has serious shortcomings. Housing is not the driver in this project. It is a mega office tower. The massing is entirely out of proportion to the neighborhood. It is overwhelming. It's the package that's the problem. And it will cripple the ability of this area to attract additional residential development, which is a stated goal of the plans in place. It may even make some existing residents leave. It will take a place that has a significant potential to become a very successful residential neighborhood and undermine that outcome. We urge the council to reject this proposal and invite the developer to go back to the drawing board and design a project that is consistent with and implements the city council adopted plan for the Old Boise East Side neighborhood, or locate the project elsewhere. I'm done. I'm glad.
Thank you, Pam.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
may I just ask one question of Pam? This is something that as I was going through the record, I kind of saw it referenced a couple of places. But the relationship between the East Side Plan and the West Side Plan, can you maybe expand a little bit on that? Part of your testimony was, can you imagine this project being in any other neighborhood? And I think that the East Side Plan and the West Side Plan were kind of trying to get to that. Am I correct?
Well, it may have been more clear if I had said residential neighborhood. It's what I meant. What I meant. But yes, you're right in that the West Side area was viewed as being much more suited to allow additional development coming out from the core central business district, because it is the landscape is pretty bleak actually in a lot of places. It's a lot of surface parking lots. It's buildings that probably aren't up to what the future would look for in that area. And it's much easier to go into an area like that and put in density because there's no immediate residential neighborhood there. Whereas the Old Boise East Side neighborhood is already a residential neighborhood, in some of the buildings being residential, and it's the flavor of the area where people see it as being residential in character. So to put a very large office tower in this area has way more impact than if you put it in the central business district or the West Side area. It has more company of other buildings that are like it, so that it fits better.
Thank you for putting a finer point on that for me. I appreciate it, Pam.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Dennis.
Yes, hello.
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Dunlop. I live at 211 West Jefferson Street, Boise. We have lived here in a single family home since 2005. I'd like to continue our testimony on the city's adopted plans for the old Boise East Side area. There was some discussion at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting that old Boise East Side should mature into an extension of the central business district, connecting the current CBD to St. Luke's. This idea runs counter to policies in Blueprint Boise. The first goal under downtown policies states, maintain downtown as the civic, economic, educational, social, and cultural center of the city and region, which includes a concentrated, higher density central business district and integrated sub-districts. Use adopted master plans and development guidelines for downtown to guide development. As noted earlier, Blueprint Boise states that the old Boise East Side is a sub-district and the old Boise East Side master plan should be used to guide future development in this area. There is no indication that transforming old Boise East Side into an extension of the CBD is the city's intent in its adopted plan for the area. To do so would be doing the exact opposite of what the plan says. There is an ample supply of undeveloped and underdeveloped land already zoned C5DD for development of office towers in the Central Business District and the West Side District. The West Side Master Plan has a map designating a portion of this district as an expansion area for the CBD. A building such as the one proposed at 200 North 4th Street belongs in the CBD. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia.
My name is Patricia Dunlop. I live at 211 West Jefferson Street. Our home was built in 1903 by the Tipton family, and they lived here until the late 90s when the home was purchased by the Hawkinson family, who owned 305 West Bannock, and they lovingly restored it and turned it into a commercial property, and we purchased it in 2005 and converted it back to a residential property. We are one of the few single-family residences in the neighborhood. I also operate a business out of 211 West Jefferson. I'm a kitchen and bath designer. As noted earlier, the old East Side Boise Master Plan states that adding housing is seen as vitally important, and it gives reasons why. Building housing will increase the number of people living in the old Boise East Side. It will promote retail vitality, allow people to work and live in downtown, reduce traffic congestion, and increase safety. These results can be achieved through medium-scale infill development and redevelopment. A description of the desired future character of the old Boise East Side includes retaining it as a close-in urban neighborhood. People tend to shop and recreate where they live. Downtowns that roll up at sidewalks at 5 o'clock do not survive. Successful downtown turnaround stories almost always include increasing the downtown housing supply. Last year offered a new lesson in why it is so beneficial to create stronger neighborhoods in downtown Boise. When many downtown employers switched to work at home, office buildings emptied out. Downtown vitality took a significant hit, and businesses that rely on downtown workers to survive struggled or closed. At least one major downtown employer has decided to continue work at home for its employees, even when it becomes safe to congregate again. They ended their lease in a downtown office space. If a strong commitment to increasing downtown housing is made and realized, even if the workers are at home, they will be living in downtown and helping downtown businesses thrive. Blueprint Boise includes policies supporting the creation of downtown neighborhoods. It identifies Boise East Side as a prime location for an urban neighborhood. We acknowledge and appreciate the applicant's rezoning request includes housing. Based on the assets old Boise East Side already has, the East Side neighborhood provides the perfect opportunity to create a thriving residential neighborhood. Other uses should be built that complement this core idea. The proposed project at 200 North 4th Street, however, is a 232-foot tall office tower that will be radically different than the surrounding East Side neighborhood. We are concerned, very concerned, that if it is built, it will actually dampen the interest in building residential or living in residential areas in the East Side neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Matt, would you please advance to the map?
And be sure to give your name and address.
Yes. My name is Keith Gaines, and I live at 200 North 3rd Street in Boise. This map before you was created to answer the question, where does the proposed project fit in the spectrum of building sizes in the downtown core where C5 zoning already exists? The proposed project is compared to the 12 largest buildings in the downtown core. The map specifies building heights and illustrates the portion of the block that is covered by the building footprints. 9 of the existing buildings cover less than 1/4 of their block. 1 covers 1/3. 1 covers close to a half. The Boise Cascade building covers the full block, but is only 6 floors in height. As submitted, the proposed building covers more than half of its block, including the alley. Its building height would be the 3rd tallest in the core. It would be the most massive building in the entire downtown area. This is the level of intensity the project would introduce into the East Side neighborhood. Typical buildings in the neighborhood are 1 and 2 stories, and they are interspersed with surface parking lots. There is absolutely nothing like it in the entire old East Side area. The applicant is proposing to build this intense project in what is probably the most low-key area in downtown, an area which has a very different but desirable character. We certainly support residential projects, and in general, we do not object to office projects. The basis of this project, however, is a 232-foot tall office and garage tower, which would be radically different than the surrounding East Side neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Heidi. You're still muted, Heidi.
Thanks, Elaine. That's been the story of my life this year. Good evening. My name is Heidi Bogert, 200 North 3rd Street, apartment 806. And this picture is of the view from my apartment. I'm commenting tonight, if this project is approved with the massive building in place, I won't be able to see anywhere west to the Key Bank building. Views are not the only thing. This will signal the development community that the city sees this area as appropriate for high-rise office towers of this magnitude. If built, the proposed project is likely to set an entirely new direction for the Old Boise East Side neighborhood community. It may lead to other requests for high-intensity office uses, which would be hard for the city to deny. Moving the marker from 70 accepted height based on the Jefferson 232 feet is a huge leap and opens a very wide door. Other developers will likely want to walk through that door. It would also undermine the city's adopted policies in Blueprint Boise and Old Boise East Side master plan discussed prior. If it is built, it will change the neighborhood's character, more noise, hubbub, and traffic. The uses with medical, retail, and housing will put approximately 750 people in and out of the property daily. Originally proposed with the much lower housing tower, the city suggested more housing, and instead of scaling back the office space, BVA created a massive 2-structured building, which is totally oversized. At this size, this project will have a much larger area of impact than any of the other significant office towers in downtown. This impact is heightened by the fact this project would be in a very low density area. The contrast would be startling. The only block that has been developed to this level of density is where the US Bank Tower, Clearwater Building, and the Convention Center expansion are located. Are those areas where you want to walk your dog? It will likely create uncertainty as to which way the neighborhood will go in the future. Office or residential or become more dense? How much more? The scale of these buildings is out of place in the neighborhood. Developers need to pay more attention to the surroundings when they build residential projects because the residents usually give attention to the setting surrounding a future home. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Robert?
Yes, my name is Robert Snyder. I live at 200 North 3rd, Boise, Idaho. And I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for giving us the opportunity to testify today. And thank you for your service to the city of Boise. Is rezoning the project site to C5 appropriate? The project site is in the area of Old Boise, east side, where the zoning is RO, or residential office. This zoning was put in place in 1994. Up until 2009, the zoning was working. The height limit was and is 65 feet. In 2009, the Jefferson condominiums were proposed, and the developer wanted to use a new method of constructing housing. If he used this method, he could get a maximum of 49 units. And with that, with the 49 units, he was able to have underground parking. The city council approved the change to zoning to C5 to accommodate that with a development agreement that limited the Jefferson height to 75 feet. Otherwise, there's no height limit in the C5. The result was a building that added housing to the Old Boise East Side area, which the Old Boise East Side Master Plan emphasized, and the city council wanted. And at the time, the building still fits in with the neighborhood character and density. Now a new development has been proposed, which is much more massive than the Jefferson, encompassing approximately 2/3 of the block compared to the Jefferson at less than 1/4 of a block. A height of 232 feet compared to 75 feet with no underground parking. The developer has asked for a rezone to C5 with the development agreement. The proposed project is designed to look like other buildings in the downtown business core. The proposed project is trying to include too much in one massive structure: urgent care, rental housing, condominium housing, walk-up banking, drive-through banking, office space, and offering very minimal public open space. We were opposed to this request. If, however, the city council wants to consider allowing some additional density, it would be far better to start with the RO zone and determine if modest revisions can be made to that zoning category to allow a medium-sized project that complements the surrounding neighborhood and buildings. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Robert. Cindy?
Good evening. My name is Cindy Sheffield. I live at 200 North 3rd Street. We will close with a quick list of general suggestions for how to control building massing that should be applied to office development in locations like the East Side neighborhood zoned RO. We have also noted suggestions and other concerns. The downtown blocks in the 3 original urban renewal districts north of the Boise River, the block pattern is consistent and most blocks have a collage of buildings. Office towers typically cover 1/4 to 1/3 of the block, and then there's a collection of lower buildings that weigh maybe 2 to 3 stories or 5 to 6 stories in a secondary building. These shorter buildings open up the space around the tower so people can see through downtown and the views from buildings are less obstructed. The current project as submitted creates an east-west wall that cuts off the view of the St. Luke's Tower from the downtown core, and it will break the ridgeline of the foothills. It will appear taller than the foothills when looking west to east from the Capitol Terrace garage roof. The key idea is to get a collage of at least 2 or more buildings in a block rather than one big mega building. The Old Boise East Side Master Plan emphasizes this area as being a mixed-use area and then specifically says that all the uses need not be one building. Creating separate buildings for residential and for offices is acceptable and often desired. The office building should look like an office building, and the residential should look like a residential building. Residents in downtown housing want to be able to look at their apartment or their condominium and have their guests look at it and recognize it as a residential building. The outward appearance and the entrance should say, "This is my home." Alleys should always be retained in their typical configuration and remain functional. Once again, this helps break up building mass. Buildings should be required to meet the RO setbacks. A 0 setback should not be used in this East Side neighborhood area. The height limit in RO should be re-examined as noted earlier. We are recommending that it remain at 75 feet. The existing mature trees should be retained. Trees should be added to the tree lawn bordering this block if there are gaps in planting. And trees should be the type that will create a canopy similar to the existing canopy in the East Side neighborhood. In summary, we are opposed to the approval of the rezoning application submitted for 200 North 4th Street. 1, this is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan. 2, it is not in the best interest of the public convenience and general welfare. And finally, 3, it does not maintain and preserve compatibility of surrounding zoning and development. Please vote no and deny this rezone. Thank you.
David, go ahead. I'm sorry, I turned my mic off. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you, Madam President and council members. David Nevin. I, along with my partners, Dennis Benjamin and Scott McKay, own this building that's being displayed now at 303 West Bannock. This building actually has been around for quite a while. It was built in 1910 by the first U.S. Marshal in the District of Idaho, and came into the possession of the Uranga family. We call it Uranga House, actually. And for a long time, it was a stop on the Boise tour train. We find it a really charming place to practice law. And I will say that we have spent a good deal of time and money restoring it to its original character and maintaining its character. And we've done that, it's not exactly that we are preservationists as such. We really love this building. And I will say, just on my part, I moved to this neighborhood in 1979 in a little house that is not actually similar architectural style to our current building, but it was the house that is where the Jefferson Building is now, kitty-cornered from the Supreme Court, and lived there for a number of years, and then left for a while, but then bought this building. And so I can truthfully say I've been either living or practicing law, working in this neighborhood for more than 40 years. And so part of the reason that we decided and pushed to do this, to spend the money to make the effort to keep this property true to its original character, was really because of our love for the neighborhood. And make no doubt about it, this is a neighborhood. We are surrounded on many sides by residential properties. We see people out walking their dogs, and we walk these sidewalks ourselves when we're talking or contemplating problems that we have to solve. And we have a strong feeling for this neighborhood. And I certainly can echo what Pam Sheldon said, that this is a very different neighborhood in character than the west side of downtown. So I would, I hope that I'm not going to have to say to myself in the mirror or to my partners that the effort and time we've put into this property over the years has been wasted. You've seen that massive building rising up 30, 40 feet there to the west. You know what it's going to be like. It's going to change completely the character of this building and the experience of being there. And I think it will say to us and to others that that was wasted effort, and that it's effort that shouldn't be made, and it will lead to a change across the board, all in this neighborhood. And so, of course, we urge that you deny the appeal. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Dennis.
Dennis Benjamin, 1943 North Stoneview Place in Boise. I'm also a part owner of the historic Uranga House and a partner in David's law firm. We've been in that building for the past 30 years. First, let me say that the Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association does not state our view on the matter. As with the Hawkinsons, we have never even been contacted by the Downtown Neighborhood Association. I didn't know it existed until the Planning and Zoning Commission hearings. Next, I share David's views about our beautiful building. We work long hours and over many weekends, so the office has been a home away from home for us. Let me add that our property and 305 West Bannock, the Hawkinson's bungalow, have very generous setbacks, while the proposal's 0 setback on Bannock Street is totally out of character with the street and would be the only structure like that. We are also right across the street from our neighbors at the Imperial Plaza. While the Imperial Plaza is a multi-story building, the BVA project is not comparable to it. The Imperial Plaza is the only building on the block. It has a much smaller footprint. It's set back from the sidewalks, has a large green space, and does not block the sunlight from its neighbors. By contrast, the BVA shares a block with 4 other properties, including our own, in an alleyway. And it's built nearly to the sidewalk and will leave the neighbors literally in its shadows. So I'm going to focus the rest of my comments on the alleyway, which runs behind our building. Tonight, BVA has given up its proposal for the quarter turn alley, so that's good news. But the alternative alley plan is not much better. It effectively privatizes half the alleyway by running it through the parking structure of the building. So that makes it look like the alleyway is private property and will discourage public use, especially pedestrian use. So basically it converts this public asset, the alleyway, for private enrichment and creates a private property almost right in that alleyway. When you examine the diagram of the alternative alleyway, which was slide 15 of Ms. Accord's presentation, you'll see the new proposal of the alleyway. You have to walk up a ramp, past 4 garbage dumpsters and into a tunnel, and then cross the drive-through, 4 drive-through lanes to get on the footpath on the west side. So the alleyway, even as proposed, is totally inadequate. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And Max, bringing up the end.
Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Max Clark. I reside at 200 North 3rd Street, Unit 1204 in Boise. My topic tonight is parking mobility. I'm speaking as a private citizen. I've recently retired. Most of you know I've worked for CCDC for the past 25 years, And I have an additional 5 years of experience working in the mobility field with my municipal employer prior to coming to Boise. My major point is that this proposed development is significantly underparked, which will have an overwhelmingly negative weekday daytime impact on the surrounding neighborhood. As noted in my October 23rd letter to Planning and Zoning, the Urban Land Institute shared parking model, which is considered the preeminent programming model in the industry, indicated a 340 space, now 350 with the additional 10th floor, deficit in parking at peak in available parking as proposed. We ought to keep in mind, peak in downtown is midday weekdays from about 11 to 2. We're not talking about nighttime. We're not talking about weekend. 350 spaces is nearly the number contained in the 9th and Main, formerly known as the Eastman Garage. Figure that a number of cars driving around this neighborhood trying to find a place to park around weekday, midweek peak. In this era, it's understandable to build a little less parking than is actually needed. However, there's a huge difference between, say, 150 space deficit and the 350 space deficit this project will generate. The mitigation measures as proposed for this project are totally inadequate. Main Street Station is nearly 5 blocks away. Most people won't walk more than 3 blocks. Daytime VRT routes are reduced because they have to focus their service levels on AM and PM peak. Therefore, customers seeking care at these medical facilities will not be well served. The impact of 20 parking meters along Idaho and 4th Street is negligible. Heck, your guys do a really good job of enforcing without the meters. Want to put the meters in, you'll make a little money, nothing wrong with that. Bike storage areas above the ground floor are underutilized everywhere in the country and frankly dangerous for bicyclists. Don't do that. Few realistic public or private structures are available to help. So my summary, the building uses are too intense. It's in the wrong place. The parking deficit is too great. Just say no to the rezone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. I think we're going to go ahead and take one last break. We're at an hour and we'll be back at 1:45 this time. Thank you. It's been 15 minutes. We'll come back into session, or it's 15 till. Everybody would let me know they're back. Thank you. We have 9 more people signed up. If you would like to testify and you did not sign up beforehand, raise your virtual hand and our clerk will note that and we'll get you in the queue. And with that, we'll start with our next person on the sign up, which is Justin Snyder.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Justin Snyder. I live at 2905 North 38th Street in Boise. I am the owner of Le Soleil French Immersion Daycare and Preschool, which the one-story childcare facility one door down from the project that you see dwarfed in all of the drawings. I'll keep my comments as brief as possible. I would like to note that the neighborhood association certainly did not reach out to me at any point. While I do love the idea of growth and of replacing the parking lot behind ICCU with something more usable that adds value, I'm very concerned about the safety for the 30 to 35 infants, toddlers, and preschoolers who come to and from our building on any given day. We use nearby parks for our outdoor space every single day, and traversing with the lack of setback and the greatly increased traffic, not only on main roads, but especially in our alleyway, will be much more difficult to safely accomplish. In addition, we have a requirement in city code to maintain a drop-off zone in our alley, which would be negatively affected by this proposal. Not only will this project likely make the street parking most parents use now much less available and more dangerous, which means more people would rely on the drop-off zone in our alleyway exclusively, but it would also greatly increase the likelihood of conflicts and safety issues in the alley where the drop-off is, because of vastly increased traffic for deliveries, garbage pickups, and other large vehicles to serve the medical offices and apartments. This project, as proposed, is just too massive and out of character to be a safe and cohesive addition to our calm and residential feeling neighborhood, whose proximity to downtown, without actually being downtown, with large mature trees, is exactly why parents send their children to Le Soleil, which is unique here. Thanks for your time, and please deny this rezone and conditional use permit appeal.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it. Next up is Lynn Sivan.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Sivan. My address is 323 West Jefferson. I also have a home in Sheridan, Wyoming. Tonight, I think there's been a lot of good points. I don't need to, reiterate many of them. But what I want to focus on is the enjoyment of walking in cities. So I've lived in big cities. I lived in downtown, right down in the downtown Gold Coast of Chicago, and lived in central Denver. And what's important, I think, for all those people that enjoy walking in the cities is to enjoy the architecture and the feel of the city, to really get that, jive of what the city is about. The planned building will be an eyesore between the two historical districts that it lies, and will detract from the neighborhood that's vital to outside Boise's east downtown corridor. The height is an issue, which BBA actually originally said when we did have the neighborhood meetings was required, as it would no longer be economically feasible to be able to, decrease that size. But an issue to me of greater significance is the above ground parking. The buildings in this corridor have the underground parking. I think Councilman Thompson, brought up a good point. Is there the possibility of being able to put on the underground? Well, 2 other buildings have done it, right? One in 1964 and one in 2009. I don't see why it can't be done in this year of 2020, 21, 22, whenever this building may be built. And if it is required to have the underground parking, there should not be compensation for increased height. The building does not fit the neighborhood. The above ground parking is an eyesore. There's no way to hide that. If you look at the Fowler, the construction that's occurring down on Myrtle, the home to home, the above ground parking is atrocious. And I think Boise really needs to look at that to maintain the level of beauty in the city. So I think if you really can listen to Alan Shealy, Bill Clark, in fact, he submitted a letter, and in addition to his testimony, he has a letter dated October 29th, which is well stated, that this was the unified vision for this area was a mid-rise, meaning around 6 stories, and create a relatively quiet and calm district as a friendly transition adjacent to the intensity of downtown. I think those things could be, significant benefits. Thank you.
Next up is Jeremy Gray.
Hi. First, I would like to say that earlier you tried to connect with Bron Roberts, my wife, and we were having problems with the Zoom application and everything. So if when I'm done, you could shift to her time, that would be a wonderful thing to do. Hello, Mayor McLean and members of the City Council. My name is Jeremy Gray. I have lived at 323 West Jefferson, Boise 83702, commonly known as the Jefferson, since July of 2009. When the Jefferson project was announced, it was East Downtown, quiet, with local open parks, residential in nature, low traffic volumes, low noise and light pollution, pedestrian and bicycle friendly, and attractively designed for the area. As Bill Clark, the developer, said when he was building it, it is downtown, but not too downtown. It was perfect for my wife and I. For several years, my wife walked to work. I walked the poodle in the neighborhood and surrounding areas. We have a great life downtown, taking advantage of the local shops, restaurants, and entertainment. I want to recommend denial of the proposed plan for the 4th and Bannock building project. I hope that the City Council supports their partner, the Planning and Zoning Commission, which unanimously rejected this plan. And I hope that the City Council follows the clear policies of the old Boise East Side Master Plan, which is a current part of the blueprint for Boise, which precludes the concepts and design of this plan. I hope the City Council listens to the people who actually live and work in the Boise East Side, who almost unanimously object. The City Council doesn't make decisions with major zoning impact while the entire zoning process is under review for changes, and that the City Council considers that this project will greatly add to the light and noise pollution for our neighborhood. And the City Council considers the huge negative safety impact on auto, bicycle, and pedestrian traffic for our quiet and safe community. I also hope the City Council considers the impact on about the 40 older local apartment units which do not have off-street parking, but they serve us all in the downtown area. And I hope the City Council visualizes the overarching impact of this huge building on what is the most attractive and desirable residential downtown neighborhood of Boise, and that the City Council considers there are other much more appropriate places for such a project between 6th and 17th, Front and State Streets, or over in the connector corridor. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jeremy. And yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm Bron Roberts and I live at 323 West Jefferson. Mayor McLean and members of the City Council, I feel blessed that I've lived in the East Downtown for the last 11 and a half years, a place with character and charm, nestled between the hustle and bustle of the core of downtown and the Capitol Mall area. Having a 4-legged pup in my family means that my husband and I do a lot of walking in our neighborhood several times a day, enjoying the distinct characteristics of the neighborhood. Walking among the mature tree-lined streets with a variety of freestanding residential buildings from the 1870s through the 1960s, all with ample setback, as well as grassy curbside easement strips, which is in sharp contrast to the downtown core area. Currently, it feels very park-like and peaceful walking through the neighborhood. The proposed 232-foot BVA building is much taller than any other building in the neighborhood. Without setbacks, it makes this project even more massive, not matching the existing scale and character of the neighborhood. With all of our walks, I have also observed that it is a very diverse neighborhood in terms of population, as well as residents who own and live in condominiums or in single-family homes. There are many older buildings that are broken up into rental apartments that house younger and less affluent people who live, work, and/or go to school. These residents compete for street parking, which is in heavy demand. The BVA project will eliminate some of this street parking, currently a public asset, and provide at cost garage parking. I would challenge all of you city council members to walk, with or without your dog, this neighborhood east of 5th Street for you to really understand what I, as well as many others this evening, are trying to communicate to you. Approving this project would change the existing character of the neighborhood. The floodgates would be opened with other developers requesting similar projects. You as city council members are the adults in the room. You can look at the big picture for our city and concur with the planning and zoning recommendation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next up is Patrick Spouts.
Thank you. I live at 912 West Brumback, Boise, Idaho. I am happy to testify in favor of this project today. I think it brings needed homes near adjacent, expanding downtown area, and that is a wonderful thing. This is a true mixed-use project that really brings together multiple uses on a given property. We've heard a lot of comments today about specific details of the project, and some say there's too much parking, some say there's too little. I certainly understand some of the specifics people bring up, but we always have to compare what is the current property and what would be better on it, and not make the perfect the enemy of the good. I'm really happy about the changes the developer made in response to feedback from the neighborhood association. And I really appreciated that presentation from the neighborhood association. Doubling the amount of homes, I think really makes this a better project. And it's a much more useful use for our city rather than a surface parking lot with really just the bank at this point. So I advise the city and request that they approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Next up is Katie Fight.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Katie.
Okay. Katie Fight, 1006 North 5th Street, Boise, 83702. I would urge you to basically not approve this project, to basically deny the appeal. I'd like to reinforce what David Klinger said about any building development on this site, no matter what the design, when it should have bird safe, bird friendly features to it. I would urge the city to start moving in that direction. I really appreciated what one of the group of panelists said, a group of several panelists said about those street trees and preserving each and every mature street tree and those beautiful maturing lindens near the Idaho Central Credit Union building must be preserved. Not far away, folks may recall only 3 or 4 years ago, there was the Great St. Luke's Tree Massacre, where 60 or 90 or more beautiful street trees were destroyed for these concrete God knows what, bike lanes, whatever went in there. Boise is so rapidly losing its urban canopy, and this part of the world in particular, that the design for this huge blocky structure with no setbacks will just further ruin not only, you know, the whole feel of the neighborhood, but also take up the whole open space and destroy the potential even for there to be street trees of any size there. And then I believe someone near the beginning mentioned 6,062 vehicle trips. What's that going to do to the air quality? We heard from the school, I think it was a French language school that's right next to this neighborhood. And what's that going to do to the surrounding streets? We already have St. Luke's. I live on the other side of 5th Street, on the other side of 4th Street. Well, 4th Street, right before the pandemic and before the St. Luke's parking garage was functional, was already becoming gridlocked at certain times of the day. Certainly not all the vehicles coming to this medical office building, whatever is going on there, are going to be coming in, you know, from the south. Some are going to be approaching from the north. And this whole part of the world is just seeing increasing traffic. And, you know, it really is going to come to a point where it's going to be almost impossible to get from north to south, you know, out of, you know, the area of the north end where I live, as well as, you know, going, St. Luke's has already put a big crimp in going east to west. So I just urge you to deny this completely unsuitable building that will destroy this part of town.
Thank you, Katie. Matthew Fry.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Matthew Fry, and I live at 301 West Idaho Street. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. As I stated, my name is Matt Fry, and my wife Chris and I own and live in our charming historic single-family home at 301 West Idaho Street. Our home is located on the southwest corner of the intersection of 3rd and Idaho, just across the street and half a block east of the proposed development. Chris and I share a lot of the same concerns that have been raised by others during this hearing with regards to the size and scale of the proposed development, lack of sufficient easements for the building of the size proposed, and the negative impacts related to the modifications of the alley that currently runs through that city block. In addition to these issues, we'd also like to voice our concerns over how the development could create dangerous traffic conditions in this area. Over the last year, I have witnessed multiple traffic collisions occur in the intersection of 3rd and Idaho, and often see traffic back up on Idaho Street as a result of traffic flow into the existing ICCU drive-through and parking lot. The introduction of heavy construction equipment and shifting traffic patterns will likely only increase the risk of traffic accidents at this intersection during the project development. Once completed, increased traffic as a result of new residential and commercial use space in the area will also likely negatively impact traffic conditions in this area. While the traffic assessment performed for this development, there was a traffic assessment performed for this development, it neglected to study the impact on the traffic flow through the intersection of 3rd and Idaho, which is likely to be the intersection most impacted by the development. Additionally, it only reports on the impact of the finalized development on area traffic and neglects to provide input on how the traffic will be impacted during the construction phase of the development. Lack of this information makes the traffic assessment provided by BVA suspect at best. I hope, in addition to the concerns raised by others here tonight, that the council will carefully consider the development's impact on traffic in the areas surrounding the development, particularly the intersection of 3rd and Idaho. Large numbers of vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians travel through this intersection on a daily basis, including small children attending the daycare located on the northwest corner of the intersection. Increased traffic volumes, heavy construction equipment, and shifting traffic patterns could create unsafe conditions at this intersection. I would ask that the council deny this rezone and conditional use request. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Rob Tiedemann.
Council President Clegg, members of the City Council, thank you for the privilege of being able to speak with you this evening, and thank you for your service. My name is Rob Tiedemann. I live at 217 North Walnut Street. I am a longtime resident of the historic East End neighborhood. I have actively participated in protecting our neighborhood from haphazard development. I've helped secure the adjacent Boise River by adoption of the Boise River System Ordinance. I'm one of the principal authors of our first neighborhood plan and was invited by then Mayor Kempthorne to serve on his Blue Ribbon Committee to develop a modern comprehensive plan for the city of Boise. I'm also one of the founding members of the board of directors of the East End Neighborhood Association and a past president. In my time living in the city of Boise, I've learned that appropriate placement, compatibility, and good design are all essential to our accomplishing a desired redevelopment of downtown. The proposed project does not meet this test. I oppose the request to rezone and the granting of a conditional use permit for the property based on the following facts. Number one, it is contrary to the goals and objectives established in law by the current Boise City Comprehensive Plan, otherwise known as Blueprint Boise. Number two, it would be upzoning of property prior to the completion of the recently announced systematic process by city staff and stakeholders to develop a modern land use plan and comprehensive zoning for the area. That effort will articulate the desires of the neighborhood and guide the city in the form and function of a stock of higher density housing in downtown Boise. And number three, it will adversely affect adjacent and nearby properties because of its incompatible size and nature, hasten the loss of existing residences, and change the historic character of this part of downtown. Please know I appreciate your determination to make Boise one of the most livable cities in the country. Your decision to require the current owner of the property and the developer to do better will contribute to our vibrant community with lasting environments and innovative enterprises. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Next up is Gabby Thomason.
Thank you, council members and council chair for hearing our testimonies tonight. Thanks for your time. My name is Gabby Thomason. I live at 1303 North El Dorado Street, Boise, Idaho 83704, and I am testifying tonight on behalf of Preservation Idaho. We are testifying in opposition to the proposed rezoning for the BVA project. Many legitimate concerns have been voiced by us and many others in writing and in testimony, so we'll keep our comments brief tonight. The city is currently undergoing a massive and important rezoning project that will look at the city in its entirety and ultimately make zoning changes that will seek to serve a higher purpose. That of creating a cohesive and well thought out city plan that balances needed growth, quality of life, infrastructure planning, and traffic optimization. This is the way that great cities grow. They plan ahead rather than make changes along the way that, seen in hindsight, negatively impact the overall final plan. This proposed building, this proposed building needs a zoning variance exactly because it does not fit into the neighborhood in which it is located. The proposed 232-foot high building is a Trojan horse promising needed housing units, but instead creating an oversized complex of parking and commercial space that will adversely impact the historic neighborhood without giving needed attention to balancing growth and preservation of affordable housing, sustainability issues, and historic preservation. In many cities, commercial space construction has ground to a halt due to the pandemic, and the long-term impact on how companies manage office space is yet to be seen. Idaho Credit Union has a facility that could be expanded within the allowances of an RO zone to offer them additional space if needed without dwarfing the neighborhood. The current RO zoning acknowledges that extreme height is not the appropriate type of construction in this established neighborhood, and has allowed needed changes in the zone to be made throughout the subsequent decades without damaging the functionality and overall appeal of the area. Zoning districts must have perimeters. Being across the street from a commercial zone should not be sufficient reason to expand the zone one more block. BVA should move the proposed building into the existing commercial zone rather than working to move the commercial zone perimeter to accommodate the proposed building just because they own a parcel of land. Any building built here should be no more than 75 feet in height and adhere to existing setbacks. The City of Boise should finish the rezoning project before approving a massive building like this that will forever change a mixed residential and commercial community in a way that will not be reversible. The BVA building can wait, but if built, the damage can never be undone. This community is full of National Register eligible buildings that have no protections in place, including one that BVA has already purchased and plans to demolish for their own building. I'm gonna end there because we're at the time, but let's protect the status until the final rezone project is done, please. And thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you, Gabby. Thanks for recognizing the time was up. Kip Love.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Kip Love. My wife Pam and I currently reside at 200 North 3rd Street in the Imperial Plaza condominiums. As renters, we have no financial interest regarding this rezoning request by the petitioner, yet we have numerous concerns regarding the proposed project. There was a comment made at the end of the Planning and Zoning meeting on November 2nd regarding change. In summary, it was to tell us as residents that change will come whether we like it or not. At our age, we've seen and weathered much change. As a matter of fact, we not only support change, we are often involved in implementing change. We've had the good fortune to have lived all over this country, from the East Coast to the West Coast and rural to the 3rd largest city in America. We know change. Yet when change truly doesn't enhance or preserve guidelines environmentally, aesthetically, or culturally, we feel the need to speak up. New building and rezoning should enhance, not overwhelm or impose in design or construct. One only need look out the window to the surrounding area to know we are in a period of rapid growth. We can see no less than 4 construction cranes and rising new projects, yet somehow they all seem to fit in terms of scale and design. To us, it appears the petitioner's goal is twofold: to build a tall tower for Idaho Central Bank, the likes of the banks in the adjacent downtown corridor. While we completely understand a hometown bank wanting to be represented in a similar likeness, the proposed building for many reasons misses the mark. Secondly, to put a medical clinic in the area, an area already rich with medical representation. As is often the case when developers realize they have an uphill battle to get their project approved, they seek to add things to make the project more palatable, saving a tree, affordable housing, or parking. We truly believe the outpouring of opposition to the requested rezoning has everything to do with the scale and scope and complete disregard for the residents of this community. The proposed building of a block encompassing structure with no attempt to blend architectural style and disregard for legitimate setbacks, green space, current zoning, environmental impact, or true community amenities make it hard to accept. If allowed to go through, it will set a dangerous precedent, the kind of change that sees the evidence of neighborhood and cultural identity. We've heard the term affordable housing plenty, but we have not been supplied with actual factual information until tonight, we think. Affordable for who and for how long? In conclusion, we ask that the City Council deny this rezoning application, that the board continues to work to shepherd Boise's growth with consideration to future and continued attention to environmental, cultural, and aesthetic goals. As much larger cities have found too late, bigger is not better, nor is it the panacea to financial security for the city of Boise. Edward T. McMahon, nationally renowned authority on sustainable development, land conservation, and urban design, stated, "Growth is inevitable and desirable, but destruction of community character is not. The question is not whether your part of the world is going to change. The question is how." I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Love. City Clerk tells me there are 3 more people who have raised their hands. I'll let her announce them.
Tom Keeley,
Tom, you're up next.
Tom, if you want to unmute yourself again, I accidentally muted you. Thank you.
How about now?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I know it's late, but thank you for allowing us to address this project. My name is Tom Keeley, and my wife Joy and I live at 2041 South Silver Creek Lane in Boise. We own Chicago Connection Restaurant at the classic historic building at 310 North 4th Street. We've owned it for over 20 years, and it's just across the street from this project on Bannock that's what we're discussing tonight. We support an attractive and efficient downtown Boise, but we do oppose the application before you tonight. We oppose this project for most of the reasons already presented by others regarding the size, the height, the density in this neighborhood, but we do not believe there's been enough attention given on the amount of traffic that's going to be generated from this project. The new daily trips as provided by the developer and their traffic consultants are at about 6,500 trips per day. That's daily, and peak period of over 600 during the day. That's using their information as presented in their traffic report for 2025. Most of this is tied to the daily trips for medical office, dental, and urgent care of approximately 5,000 trips per day. And I know Mr. Wardle presented earlier that if this building was in the suburbs, they would need something like 880 parking spaces. But this is an extremely high volume of traffic, and it seems almost impossible that this building design could accommodate that. But more importantly, it's very unappealing to this area of Boise, the east side. So this traffic congestion due to this building seems like it would be terrible and tragic for the area. With respect to parking, based on these new daily trips, you have to ask yourself, where are these people going to park that are going to visit this facility when it only has about 460 parking spaces available on site? So that means there'll be overflow into the community, into the area. And already there's not that much parking available. There's very limited on-street parking, and this is going to be a tremendous negative impact. I just want to close and say that based on this new daily traffic and the inadequate amount of parking options at the project or in the nearby streets are additional reasons that this project will be very detrimental to the east side of Boise. We ask the council to deny the developer's appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And next up?
Madam Mayor, next up is Eric Nystrom.
Garrett? Eric.
I just want to make sure I'm muted.
Hello?
I was trying to get you to turn it.
You're muted. There you go. Whoops.
Try that again. Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. You're awfully soft, though. You might get closer to the mic.
Okay. Does this help? Okay, great. Good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed City Council members. My name is Eric Nystrom. I live at 200 North 3rd Street, Boise, Idaho, in Unit 203 of the Imperial Plaza. I am the board president of the Imperial Plaza Condominium Association. I have served the association for several years while living at the Imperial Plaza. Like many residents, I have come to treasure the grass parkways, tree-lined streets of the East Downtown neighborhood. On July 14th, 2020, the owners of the Imperial Plaza Condominium Association sent a letter expressing our concerns regarding the rezone request for this project. This letter was submitted to the City Council and P&Z. As it is part of the public record, I will not restate our concerns therein. On November 2nd, 2020, we believe P&Z's unanimous decision to turn down this rezone request was a correct decision. We agree with Commissioner Milt Gillespie when he stated, quote, "This is a fairly big deal. The scale and footprint is wrong for the neighborhood. We would also disagree with BVA council suggesting that this is part of the core of downtown. It is not. It is clearly different. East Downtown is not the core of downtown Boise. If allowed, this rezone will set a precedent for East Downtown. Property owners throughout the Boise will expect similar allowances from the city. The result will be an irrevocable change to the character of this historic neighborhood. The owners of the Imperial Plaza condominium make a request to the city council, and that is to follow P&Z's thoughtful determination and say no to this rezone request. Certainly, we should expect changes in our neighborhood, but perspective is required. As the East Downtown neighborhood is much different than the concrete, minimal setbacks of the downtown core. Planning changes in our neighborhood require a holistic approach for a complete community benefit. We respectfully thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration regarding the scale of the project associated with this rezone request. Finally, I would like to make a point of clarification. As previously noted, I have served on the board of the Imperial Plaza Condominium Association for several years. At no time have I been contacted by a representative of the Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association. And to my knowledge, nor has any other member been contacted here on the board. Assertions that we have been contacted and support their position are false. Again, thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Eric. And Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, next up is Krista Broderick French.
Crystal? Welcome, Krista. You're still muted.
Madam Mayor, Krista is logged in twice, so I unmuted her second login. Let's see if that will work.
I just found it. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Krista.
Great, thank you. Krista Broderick French, 1208 East Franklin Street, Boise, Idaho, 83712. I live in the Boise East End neighborhood. I care deeply for the character of the City of Trees, the charm of the historic buildings, our tree canopy, affordable housing, and the careful aesthetic transitional development that goes on between neighborhoods. It's a known fact that there's a high level of distrust about zoning decisions between citizens, developers, city officials, and city council. City council is not legally obligated to approve a rezone just because somebody asks, nor should our leaders be tempted to accept bait for a short-term tax collection. This application with legal innuendos and this meeting turnout is just another citing of the mistrust that currently exists. Unclear development standards, lack of clear design standards, conflicting objectives and goals breed an undisciplined practice of negotiating and granting inconsistent waivers, variances, and allowances, not to mention a lack of awareness of the quality of place to create a livable city long after we are all gone. It's perhaps why Boise continues to attract incompatible, pre-baked projects that are not what the community wants or that we care to have. It creates distrust. Developers are in the business of making a profit and asking far too many from our city in variances, waivers, and allowances. What benefits and amenities do we get in return? I've lived through and seen many of the debacles already. What about this project's long-term interest in the public convenience and the general welfare of the citizens of Boise? Once again, we're being asked to give up more than what we're giving. It's not what we can do for developers. It's what can developers do to make the City of Trees more livable. Rezone requires comprehensive public outreach, multiple collaboration sessions, not a couple of neighborhood meetings. And it should include all stakeholders. All neighborhood associations care about downtown Boise, not just one. Let's take this opportunity to build trust and exercise the discipline to implement the objectives and goals of Blueprint Boise, which we all believe in and trust. We no longer need to hungrily approve a glass, steel, and concrete building just to fill an infamous hole. These are not desperate times. We're not desperate now. We deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's everyone who's indicated at this point that they want to testify. Is
Madam
there
Mayor?
anyone else online that would wish to testify?
Madam Mayor, we have 2 additional people who have raised their hands.
Okay.
The first is Sheila Grisham, followed by Gary Richardson.
Okay, Sheila, go ahead. You're first.
Hi, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Sheila Grisham. I live at 1204 East State Street, Boise, 83712. Tonight, I am speaking on behalf of the Easton Neighborhood Association. Ina had invited both Better Change for East Downtown and Tom Peterson from BVA each to an Ina board meeting to hear from both sides. After reviewing what both sides had to say regarding this project, Ina unanimously voted to oppose the rezone for 200 North 4th Street. Ina's reason for opposing the rezone was due to the height, massing, rerouting of an alleyway, and incongruency with the old Boise East Side downtown area. The old Boise East Side downtown master plan was adopted in the Blueprint Boise in 2004. It was City Council that adopted this plan into the Blueprint Boise. It may not have been this administration. However, it is up to this administration to stand up for and protect this area and this master plan. This new building will create a super block. It will be taller than any other building in this section of downtown. It will not have appropriate setbacks for this section of downtown, and it will not have an active streetscapes. These are things that Blueprint Boise does not support, and it could have a negative impact on the area. If Blueprint Boise, the old Boise East Side master plan, and the zoning ordinances are outdated,
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I did too, and I didn't want to
need to be updated, then that should be done first before approval of this magnitude is even considered. Times are changing, and when we get through COVID, how we use spaces, especially office space, may change. Before building more office space, let's see if we actually need more office space. As sad as it is, we have many shops and businesses closing, and this could leave our downtown somewhat empty. Let's reevaluate, use what we have, repurpose spaces before building more. BVA did listen to some residents regarding their proposal, and that is appreciated. Housing, especially workforce housing, is needed, and reuse of the surface parking lot is a good thing. However, they did not listen to the concerns for the height of the building or the lack of setbacks, both of which can impact negatively on the neighborhood. Ina is asking you to please deny this rezone appeal. We believe there are other areas where this project would work better, and that the C5 rezone is too much for this area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sheila. Gary.
Madam President, council members, I'm Gary Richardson. I'm also speaking for my wife, Diane Ronayne, setting an important family precedent. We live at 746 Santa Paula Court, 83712. Prior to buying our home in Aldapi Heights in 1986, we lived for several years on 2nd Street in the Baxter Apartments and then in a single family home rental up the street. So we are quite familiar with the neighborhood and its feel. The proposed project is grossly out of scale in height and bulk with the existing homes, apartments, and businesses in this historic neighborhood. The minimal setbacks are especially troublesome. Granting a rezone for this project would set a precedent that would ruin the unique transitional neighborhood. Contrary to our existing comp plan, Blueprint Boise, and as we've heard, the master plans for the area, such a precedent would surely encourage the spread of the downtown central business district into the East End. If it is the wisdom of the council and Boise citizens to sacrifice the near East End to such towering buildings and their resultant urban canyons, that should be accomplished only through the zoning study and analysis already underway, not through a rezone for one ambitious project. I support the unanimous advice of your P&Z Commission and urge you to deny this rezone request. Thank you for considering my views, our views, as you weigh the impacts on this critical decision. And by the way, I signed up last night, and the only reason I'm at the very end is I had to raise my hand. I didn't know I was not on the list. So there's something the matter with your registration program. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, and thanks for noting that. We'll check into it and hopefully get it fixed, whatever it was. Apologize for that. Does anyone else wish to testify? If you do, please raise your hand.
Madam Mayor, I have no one else with their hand raised to testify.
Okay, the city clerk tells me no one else has raised their hand to testify. With that, we'll go to 5 minutes for the appellant applicant to rebut. Jeff.
Madam Mayor, members of council, we appreciate your comments. We appreciate the testimony we've heard tonight. And you know, a lot of the issues that have been raised, we have provided you written testimony in advance. We are adding street trees. We are not destroying existing mature landscaping. The landscape setbacks that we have proposed are those that are consistent with the downtown Boise design guidelines. We have gone to great lengths to design a project that is consistent with the policies and standards that you've adopted. There's clearly a difference of opinion as to what the nature of the various plans are. The reality is that this council, in adopting Blueprint Boise and adopting the land use map, made a very distinct decision. And 3rd Street is the demarcation of that decision. East of 3rd Street, it's designated as mixed use. West of 3rd Street is designated as downtown mixed use, contemplated to be a much more intensive use. I understand the arguments that you've heard tonight, but the reality is this property is immediately adjacent to C5. And for all of the parade of horrors that you've heard about the possibility of development of this property, literally it could occur 40 feet to the west of Wright. Now, we're here to say, let's evaluate, tell us what we need to do. But the reality is, what direction did the commission actually give? The commission recommended denial, recognizing that the decision as to height was ultimately a policy decision to be decided by the council. But to an individual, there was not a single member of the Planning and Zoning Commission that agreed with the neighbor opponent's objections as to the height. Commissioners Squires and Brattenover suggested a 135-foot height limit. Commissioners Blanchard and Schaefer up to 150. Commissioner Gillespie 168. Commissioner Stead suggested it be approved as designed. So what we heard from the commission was that yes, there is a policy decision that needs to get made. It is up to the board, up to the city council to make that determination. That's why it is a recommendation and you make those determinations. And I don't disagree with Matt Parks's assessment of how you evaluate a comprehensive plan. What I do disagree with is as we look at Blueprint Boise, there is a clear commitment in the downtown planning area to urban development. I will never apologize for redeveloping surface parking lots in downtown. I will never apologize for suggesting that we shouldn't have 120% of the required parking that some people would suggest like you have at the Village. That is not good. That is not what's appropriate for the neighborhood. Now, the other thing that's disconcerting in this whole thing is you've heard a lot of comments, a lot of testimony from people who I believe know better. But that is when you look at an application, you can't evaluate it based upon a future ordinance you were going to address. You have to apply the ordinance that currently exists. And to deny it solely because a planning process is in process ignores the fact that you made decisions appropriate for the site in adopting Blueprint Boise in 2011. The reality is, if the height limitation that you have heard advocated by the neighbors actually existed, you would have downzoned the old Boise historic area. You did not. So as indicated in our submittal, we can preserve the alley. Alleys provide access. Our design team has designed pedestrian access through the alley. Alleys are where the trash goes. We have evaluated and come up with an alley that works. We have increased the number of multifamily units. From the very beginning, we knew and identified the importance of multifamily development and residential product, not just for sale, but also for rent, as an integral part of this project. We are protecting Bannock, and we have designed the streetscapes consistent with the downtown Boise design guidelines. So where do we go from here? Do we need a work session? We're amenable to that. We agree with staff's recommendation that a development agreement with appropriate conditions of approval are the way to get there. Ultimately, approval with conditions is the appropriate outcome, not denial without direction. And that's ultimately, when we look at what the Planning and Zoning Commission said and did, that was their concern. You've heard tonight that this project is too big, too urban, too much parking, too little parking, too mixed use, too little mixed use. It is an urban site, it is an urban project, and it will add to the urban vitality, addressing needs that Idaho companies looking to redevelop this site have acknowledged. And most importantly, from the very beginning, in the downtown Boise area with the old Boise master plan, the existing 4-lot surface parking lot was identified as an appropriate site for structured parking. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant or for staff?
Madam Mayor, I've got a question for the applicant.
Councilmember Halliburton.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So looking through the transcripts and seeing the unanimous denial, the appellant is correct in that they did offer a lot of guidance saying that they were denying the application. So I appreciate you bringing up that. My question is, because we've been continuing to refer to Blueprint Boise, and you did several times, and during the testimonies, we heard a lot about super blocks, mega buildings, and in Blueprint Boise, specifically on DT-9, it does talk about working with developers to create a collage of buildings in each block rather than full block mega buildings or super blocks. And I guess just with that in Blueprint Boise and what we've heard from testimony, I'm wondering what your response is to that particular statement.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, first of all, when we talk about super blocks, I think this council had addressed exactly what it meant in Blueprint Boise in its discussions with St. Luke's. And a super block is where we combine multiple blocks, not just portions of an existing block. So I don't believe this is a super block. Now, we agree that blocks should have distinct elements. And that's why Cushing Terrell, we believe, has done a phenomenal job in designing this so that you have distinct elements. Distinct office tower with a distinct design that is physically separated from the multifamily component, that integrates a different design of the parking garage to integrate it in a different way. You know, that said, you ultimately have choices. And as we make those choices, there are trade-offs. If you wanted to have a parking garage that was separate and distinct, located on the northern part of the parcel, accessible from Bannock, we could do that. We believed that that wasn't an appropriate design element. It wasn't an appropriate design choice, that it was better to have it integrated and to, you know, accomplish what we've done with the alley. As we head to the east, it is a little disconcerting to see people cite 8th and Main and US Bank Plaza and some of these other things that we've done. When you look at those, the Chase building, those are multiple buildings on the same block that occupy 100% of the block, but include, an adjoining parking garage, include other buildings of varying heights. And that's what we're trying to do. Is the building modern? Absolutely. But to that point, what is the design that we're supposed to follow? Is it the mid-century of the Imperial Plaza? Is it the Spanish revival of Chicago Connection? Is it the neo-modern European internationalist style of what's the best you could probably call Department of Labor? I don't know. But I don't think that means that you throw out and just go, well, the building is too big. You have to look at the individual elements. You have to look at how it's designed. And I guess that's part of the difficulty and concern that we have in this process is we've gone to great lengths on design, but these are issues that should be addressed at design review, not in the rezone hearing.
Sure. Thank you. And Madam Mayor, I do have some questions for staff. I can hold if people have more questions for the appellant.
Yeah, let's see if there's more questions for the appellant first. Jeff, I do have one question. One of the things that was brought up a lot tonight was setbacks. And while I guess I wouldn't suggest that the kind of setbacks of the buildings, other buildings on the block would be appropriate, what do you say about creating some space, at least at the sidewalk level, between the sidewalk and the building, even if some of the building overhangs it above?
Madam Mayor, I think that was addressed in the written submittal because we did go at length through what the relevant plans are. And I do think that Cushing Terrell and Bear Landscape Group have come up with a design at the ground level that incorporates the very type of landscape that you see at the Jefferson. It's 2 to 5 feet between the sidewalk and the face of the building. I disagree with the members of the public that believe that a building that is set back from the street is more engaging for the pedestrian experience. And part of the rationale that we had for consolidating all of the entrances to the commercial elements onto Idaho Street was because that's the continuation of downtown. As we head to the east, one block to the west, it's clear that it's storefront design at the street level. We think it's an appropriate transition. And that's why, while we brought it to the street, we kept the street trees, we kept the landscaped element and the landscape design, but we integrated elements of both the storefront and the landscape design. So, certainly that's a relevant consideration that we've taken in, and it may not show on the plans, but it has been contemplated on all three street facing elevations of the building, that there is landscaping between the building and the back of the sidewalk.
Thank you. One last question. Talking about the trees, there was one report talking about specific things you could do to protect the root balls and the crown of the tree as construction is happening. What's your reaction to that report?
Well, I was rather surprised at that report when it was submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission because there's nothing in it that's inconsistent with what our landscape plan already identified and said. And in fact, part of the rationale for doing what we're doing is to take full advantage of those mature trees on the eastern property line and integrate them into the pedestrian experience. Currently, they both have encroachments from improvements that we will be removing. And, it is our goal to have those trees be healthy and alive as long as they can. So I think it's kind of a red herring. Again, when you talk about street trees, are there going to be a couple that will be removed? Yes, because we're having to relocate curb cuts, but we will be reducing the number of curb cuts and increasing those trees. And as you know, we have worked at other sites to ensure that we're compliant with the mitigation requirements and to preserve and utilize the resources that we have. That's what we did at City Center.
Thank you. All right, questions for staff. Councilmember Halliburton, since you said you had some, why don't you go ahead?
Sure, I'll try to be brief and try not to take up too much space. So question for staff. The zoning for the Jefferson building, is it the same zoning that we're talking about here? Is it the C5 with the development agreement?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, it is C5 with a development agreement.
Okay. Are there any other zones other than C5 that would allow a 75, 80, 100-foot building without a height variance in this area?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, not that would be appropriate in the downtown. There are some higher height limits within our industrial zones, but I don't think that's really appropriate for here.
So even if we were looking at something that was of similar size, height, scale as the Jefferson, we would still be looking at this type of rezone, a C5 with a development agreement.
Councilmember Halliburton, I suppose there could be a no rezoning and keep the RO zone and then have a request for a height exception. So you wouldn't necessarily be changing the zone, but you would be changing the height. That obviously has some implications when it comes to density, because the density would be limiting. Setbacks would be a little different, not too terrible, but definitely some different aspects to the zone and what it would allow.
Thank you for that clarification. And then I guess just my last question is just to kind of make sure that mostly me, but I'm sure other people are wondering as well, of what kind of our options are looking like tonight. You know, of course we can, you know, approve it. You know, we could, you know, deny it, you know, straight up. People are asking us to potentially, you know, wait on this until our rezone has occurred. It's my understanding that legally we don't even have the ability to do that, and that wouldn't be fair to the developer to say, oh no, we're waiting on any type of stuff like this until that's in place, which could be 1 to 2 years from now. So I guess if we have the potential to approve it, but to put a development agreement and list those things tonight from the dais, we have the ability to approve and then do a work session, or deny and then do a work session, or what are the, I guess, the options going forward?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that's a great question. So yes, you could just straight approve. You could just straight deny. If you wanted to provide feedback to the applicant tonight, just to talk amongst yourself about how you're all feeling about it, and then kind of start putting some guardrails of, you know, just some boundaries of height where you're comfortable, setbacks, circulation, whatever you guys want to talk about. And then what you could give that feedback to the applicant, and you could ask for revisions or redesign of some sort, and they could come back to you at a future hearing. It would likely be a new public hearing because it would be a new design, and we would do everything over like we did tonight. I would not recommend a work session unless unless the decision was to deny and we didn't have an application yet. We typically don't do work sessions unless there's no application, and even then it's pretty rare, just because we get into kind of ex parte communication at that point. I'm sure I'm missing some other options there, but those would be the two that aren't just approval or denial.
Sure. And so then I guess the one of them, or the other approval would be the approval and us listing the different conditions that we would be putting on, and hopefully getting them all in there behind the dais tonight.
Yeah, Councilmember Halliburton, you could recommend approval with specific conditions and work those out at the dais tonight. We would come back with revised findings for a final version for you to approve at a later date.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yep.
Other questions for staff? So Celine, I just wanted to clarify something. If we were to go the route that you said, of suggesting sideboards, parameters, and asking the developer to come back, we'd essentially table the decision on the application until date, either a date certain or a later date. Is that?
That's correct. If you
make sure
you could pick a date tonight, just so we don't have to do any noticing and just defer it to a date specific, or we would just want to obviously check in with the applicant and see if that date works for them, or we could just defer it indefinitely and then renotice a public hearing process, and pick a new date in the future when the revision comes around.
Thank you. And if we wanted to provide an opportunity for all of those folks who obviously care so deeply about the city, who are here tonight talking to us, to comment during the development of that rather than just at the public hearing, would there be a process that would allow that?
Madam Mayor, definitely we would, if we did want to do a whole new public hearing, we would allow for comments and make sure everyone we have contact information for, and we could renotice within 500 feet of the site as well and provide those dates.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing, and the issue is properly before the council. We don't necessarily have to have a motion to begin with, but at least some discussion.
Madam Mayor, I'll get this started because I'd like to have a motion on the table before we start to discuss, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Whittings.
Thank you. I'm going to put a motion on the table without a big preamble, just to kind of see where discussion goes. And that motion is that and I'm going to deal with the rezone first, if that's okay. That we defer the rezone application, which is, I'm sorry, I just got a splitting headache within like the past hour, and I'm having a really hard time thinking. So if I start to ramble, there's my excuse. We'll blame it on
the
Greg.
rezone is CAR 20-6.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Defer CAR 20-7 to a date certain that we can agree on with the developer. And I have some thoughts on what I would like to see when that application comes back to us, but we can discuss that after I get a second.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Go ahead, Councilmember Whittings.
Thank you. So my kind of general thoughts on this application really go back to Blueprint Boise and the neighborhood plans that are referenced therein. I think that a lot of the parameters that are set forth in those east side and west side plans are probably antiquated, but I think the overall philosophy of those plans is still very modern. I really think that the east side was envisioned as a pedestrian-friendly neighborhood that was primarily residential with some commercial use, but based on what I've read in those two plans, it was not envisioned as an urban commercial core environment like this building would create on that block. So while I like this building and I think that there's really great places for it, probably on the west end of downtown where there's, huge parking lots, this is very much a neighborhood. And so I just don't think it's appropriate here. I think that there's a way through reduced height and reduced massing and increased setbacks that we could probably get something there that would provide office space, provide residential, provide a great home for the bank, and get all of the partners what they're needing from this. But I really don't think that this highly urban form is it. So my general feeling is, and as I was reading through the record, Commissioner Gillespie, I think, really nailed it as far as what he talked about with, 10 to 12 stories, real setbacks, so it's not dwarfing the streetscape, And then letting design review really deal with the massing elements and making sure that that's not overwhelming the streetscape as well.
Thank you. Other comments, discussion? Councilmember Bajent.
Madam Mayor, I have so many comments. This is a big one. To Councilmember Wooding's point, well, let me start with the overarching comment. This one is frustrating because the project itself is a moving target. It changed right before the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. We've heard from the applicant. They're willing to change a lot of things to accommodate our wishes, and they need guidance. That's good, and that's very helpful, but it makes it really difficult for us to grab onto it. Not criticizing anyone, but it would be nice to hear, here's what we want to build, here's why we think it's justified, this is what we want to do, yes or no. And I understand how we got to where we are tonight, but I think part of the reason that this is so difficult and such a struggle is that everything feels squishy right now. And ordinarily our processes are designed to sharpen the issue before they get to us so that we can actually make the call. If I was making the call, I agree with Commissioner Stead. I don't have a concern with the height. I understand the neighbors and the preservationists and the historical perspective on this neighborhood and what it's like to be there, and how this building threatens that, and it threatens investments that people have made, and both emotional and financial in their homes and in this neighborhood. But if it's good enough for Northwest Boise, it's good enough for the East End. The reality is that we are losing business to our neighboring communities because we don't have enough office space of this size in our town. The reality is that people have to commute across the Treasure Valley because we don't have enough people living downtown. The reality is that our downtown is expanding and growing, and that every time we talk about what we want to build up, not out. We want to reduce sprawl. We don't want to develop the foothills. We want to see more density. We want to see more infill. Well, that's what this is. It's this in a big way, and it's this in a big way that feels confrontational, because I believe it's probably the first of its kind over that street line. As the applicant pointed out, it's only 40 feet away from somewhere where this would be permissible. Looking at many of the photographs of the size of the building as compared, I guess they weren't photographs, they were renderings of the size of the building as compared to the rest of the skyline. I thought, frankly, many of them were a little misleading. They were posed the way that people pose to show off a big fish, but some of them I thought showed it really accurately, and it looked to me like a naturally expanding, naturally evolving downtown core. It's evolving and expanding differently than we anticipated 15 years ago. I don't think that we anticipated Boise's growth 15 years ago. We were planning, envisioning, and hoping for what we thought the city would be like in 15 years, and those documents acknowledge the possibility that we could be wrong. The alternative, and I think what we're going to do here, is send this to some administrative process where we work out a final design that accommodates everyone's needs. And to the extent that we're offering guidance here, my guidance is we need space for people to do business. We need homes. We need to build up, not out. We need people to live and work downtown. And we need to recognize that the interests of those people aren't here tonight. They're the interests of the people who are going to live here in 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. We need to consider them as well. And we need to make sure that the Boise we're building includes a downtown that fits and suits that community and those people. So I agree with Commissioner Stead. The height doesn't concern me. I agree with the applicant that the massing and the density is different than what's there, but I think it fits with where this part of town is going. And so but I may be in the minority here, but that's the guidance that I would offer.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Thompson. We're not hearing you for some reason, Councilmember. Shall we go to Councilmember Halliburton first and then, while you work on it? Okay, Councilmember Halliburton.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I appreciate everything that Councilmember Bajan just brought to the table. There's certainly some things in there that I may not agree with as far as what I envision as a predictable development pattern. And I think that that's kind of what I keep going back to, is this predictable development pattern that we try to reinforce and that we try to communicate to our citizens over and over and over again. And I look at this and I think that, if we create this, then we are creating a new predictable development pattern in this area. But at this point, I would say that this is unpredicted. This is unprecedented in that area. And if we were looking at other zoning, the same zoning that it is in the Jefferson building, if we were talking about the Jefferson building today going into this space, I'm sure there would still be people who would show up who would be frustrated about the height and the mass and the scale. But I think that envisions what we see clearly listed in Blueprint Boise and some of our other plans and guides that exist today. And until there's a different plan, and I'm not saying that there shouldn't be, but until there's a different plan that guides us in a predictable way and guides our citizens in a predictable way, I just can't. I can't approve a building that's 200 feet tall or even 175 feet tall. But I think that there is somewhere in there that works for this space that still achieves those goals, and that's why I seconded Councilmember Wooding's motion. I also have about 7 to 8 different things to list in a development agreement, and I don't know that now at 11 o'clock at night that my list isn't going to be different than somebody else's list, and that those things should be considered a little more thoughtfully.
Thank you, Councilmember Halliburton. I do think it's important to get those things on the record. If it's quick to read that list, even if all you do tonight is read it into the record, I do believe that would be an important thing.
Absolutely. I think one of the things that we do need to look at are the setbacks with a minimum of 5 feet with landscaping between the sidewalk and the building itself to create that pedestrian street feel. I appreciate the bike parking that they're planning on putting on each floor. I don't think that that's a bad idea to do some of that. I also know that if you don't have bike parking on the ground floor, covered bike parking, and secure bike parking, that is going to be the way that most people use those different types of things. I'm certainly not comfortable with a height that's any taller than the Imperial that's across the street. The number I have written down is between 135 and 165. The east to west alleyway is something that I have on here. Recommend public access to some of that parking. And I guess the other thing that I've got listed that I'm really curious about is just that parking study and figuring out how many of those parking spots are dedicated to the housing units and if that is the appropriate number to be dedicated. And I think that probably needs to be listed as well.
Thank you. I think that's
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that opportunity.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I restarted. Thank you. Appreciate it, Madam Mayor. So first of all, I want to thank the so many folks that came out tonight and gave their views, because that's an extremely important part of the process. And we all understand the growth that we're experiencing is extremely difficult. It's occurring across the entire city, from the west end, the east end, to all the way out here in very West Boise. So we all certainly feel it and recognize the impacts. I appreciate and support the comments that have been made by all three of the colleagues that have spoken before me. I support the motion. And Councilmember Bajan's not in the minority. I do support what he was saying. And I would love to see, and I believe so far it seems the majority of us want to see this project be successful in some way. I do believe that there are improvements to be had. I appreciate many of the suggestions made by Councilmember Halliburton and Councilmember Woodings. And my biggest concern, but let me step back again. Councilmember Bajent made some very good points. We need the housing. We need the office space. I'd love to see ICCU have the type of downtown headquarters that they desire. I also want to see a building that gives comfort to the buildings around it. So setbacks, as described by Councilmember Hallie Burton, are important to me. And my biggest concern, I'll just list one because I really like many of the other comments made, but when it comes to height, I think that you could save, you could really bring it down if you just cut the parking. I just personally do not believe this building needs that much parking. And literally cutting it in half would probably bring it down, or putting at least a floor of it in the ground, and keeping some. But I'm not hearing and seeing, recognizing the need for that. I'd still need some more evidence that many parking spaces is really what we need. Maybe it is 20 years from now, and I need to think a little more long-term, but I would hate to see the office space, the medical space, and some of these other, especially the residential, be cut back when we need that so badly in our downtown. So that's what I would like to see. It's either more evidence, or if I'm in the minority on the parking piece, that's fine. But that's where I think we could make some real gains on this scale back and decrease in height, is by cutting back the parking substantially. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you.
President Pro Tem Sanchez, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been made very clear by the applicant that they want to be in this particular location. And the fact that they have taken into consideration so many suggestions for changing their development shows how desperately they want to be in this location. Were it for the size as it were, then yeah, perhaps move the location to the western part of our city. But the fact that they have been willing to make some of these changes at this point says to me that they recognize the value of that location. And I think we heard from somebody in the community say, well, why this location? I would say because of the character that neighborhood has, that part of Boise has. Not just that it's downtown, but that it does have a beauty to it, and there is an energy to it. I'm very familiar with that area. I worked on the corner of 5th and Jefferson for many years. I walked in that area, so I completely understand why the neighbors are very protective of what they have there. So I would like to see how far would this applicant like to go to secure that area. But I do believe there is a third way where we can meet their needs, but also not be so disruptive to the neighborhood that it loses the character. And I imagine part of the reason that folks want to be in that location.
Thank you. Well, although I'm acting as mayor tonight, I will be voting on this, so I'm also going to comment. I should have said earlier, I was going to, and then apparently it got tweeted out, so I didn't. The mayor is not here tonight because they lost their family dog tonight. And so she's home with her family. We wish them all well. We're sorry about that loss for them. So I agree with much of what's been said, with a few exceptions. So on the setback, the massing, I like the idea of covered secure parking, the alleyway, the public access to parking has all been mentioned. On height, I really don't have an issue with the height. What I do have an issue with is how the height is experienced, especially at street level and also at the very top. So the two things that concern me about the height are the setback and the interface with the public realm at the street level, and then some kind of small setback for those residential units at the top, which also begins to reduce the mass of the building over time. I'd like to at least see the developer explore that. In terms of engaging the street level, although I know from reading through much of the testimony that retail has been actually not wanted in some of the buildings in this area, I do wonder if a small gathering place or placemaking element, whether it's a retail space or something at ground level, would be a helpful element in making this actually feel like part of the neighborhood. I'm very supportive of maintaining the treescape. I think the developer has gone further than almost any other developer I've seen in downtown, trying to maintain the trees that are already there and add new ones back in. Happy to see that. And as I mentioned earlier, I'd like to see the developer explore accepting some number of vouchers so that those who are eligible for those vouchers might have an opportunity to live in this building if it is built. So with those things, I think we've provided a fair amount of guidance to the developer about the kinds of changes. I think as I'm thinking about it, there's two things to remain. One is to figure out a date certain to come back. Another is to determine some process, some method by which all of those who care so much about this neighborhood have a way to interact with this as it evolves before coming back to us, so that it's not just another night of reacting first time when we see it at the next public hearing. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's just another neighborhood meeting. I don't know if that's the right way to do it, but something of that nature. And I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that. Then I guess a date, if the developer could help us with a date that would work for them.
Madam Mayor, our upcoming hearings, we are booked of all of February for council. Our next available council hearings would be in March sometime, but depending on if you all wanted to do a neighborhood meeting as well as renoticing for a public hearing, we would want to just be mindful of when those dates land and making sure we have enough time. I do believe another neighborhood meeting would make sense if we do have a redesign coming back to us that would ensure that the neighbors can see it, they know about it, they can adequately respond to it, and then we would do our normal noticing for a hearing.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
We have just conferred, and I think we understand the guardrails that you're giving us. The one concern about a neighborhood meeting is, we were able to do neighborhood meetings in the era of COVID because we were able to do them either remotely or outside. And we heard strenuous objections from many of the residents at the Imperial Plaza who felt that the Zoom meeting wasn't appropriate. We disagree, we think it was, but then we supplemented that with outdoor meetings. As Ms. Accord pointed out, you've got a bunch of hearings. We recognize it's going to take us some time to design. So I think we're hearing, and I just wanted to make sure I understand what you're telling us. But what I would suggest is that we establish a date that we make a submittal back to staff for staff to review. We're more than willing to do another Zoom call with the neighbors. But the reality is that with current weather situations and other situations over the course of the next 2 to 3 months, our ability to have a neighborhood meeting outside that is consistent with the health and safety guidelines that the city has promoted and that the governor has established, either necessitates us doing an outside meeting, recognizing that it's going to be dark and potentially wet, or we do it electronically. So we're amenable to that. So that's the first thing I would pose. I think from a timing perspective, realistically, we conferred quickly here with our design team, and you know, it's going to take us some effort and some time to design and revise. It's going to take us probably at least 30 days to, I think, address the issues that have been identified and then to be able to set it. So as Celine pointed out, I think a hearing date in late March is probably the earliest that would be workable to accomplish those things. But I do need your guidance as to what type of neighbor engagement you have, because to be honest, I mean, we keep hearing the same things at this point, that it's too tall, it's too tall, it's too tall, we don't want it. And that's not productive. And, you know, I think the Planning and Zoning Commission provided some pretty direct comments to opponents of the project that have not been heeded. And I'm not trying to pick a fight, but I think you guys have given clear direction as to what appropriate height would be. And it's very similar to what we heard from the Planning and Zoning Commission, that it's somewhere between where we are as what we proposed and the 135-foot height of the Imperial Plaza. So, you know, we're gonna have to design and get there. So I just need some direction as to what type of public engagement you want us to do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I was not envisioning an in-person meeting. I was envisioning a Zoom meeting. And the purpose of it in my mind is to make sure that if people have questions about what it is you're proposing, that they get a chance to ask those, you get a chance to answer them, that it would not turn into a public hearing where they're simply providing you their displeasure with the project as it continues. That, in fact, they will get a chance to do with us at the public hearing again, if that's what they desire. I would hope folks that are still on the line would be willing to use that opportunity to ask and answer, get answered any questions they have about the changes and their understanding of the direction we've given tonight and your interpretation of it.
So, Madam Mayor, if I just may, so that we in fact are addressing the standards that you've identified. We've heard from both you and Councilmember Halliburton that you do want to see more detail and you do want to see that detached landscape separation on Bannock and 4th, and you do want to see enhanced treatments on Idaho Street, or at least more detail, correct?
Yes.
You do want to see a reduction in the height of the building.
I think that one is up in the air.
Okay.
I think,
you do want to see the alley continue in its east-west configuration with revisions and elimination of the northbound alley, correct?
I think the east-west configuration, I don't know
Okay.
that, I wonder if the northbound alley could be an open space.
Yeah, I think we can do that. And you wanted to see us address the setback and engagement at the upper levels as well.
Yes. Yeah, the two upper levels on the tower.
Okay. And to further evaluate parking.
Explore accepting vouchers and explore a small placemaking element on the ground floor.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I could,
Yes.
I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to explore a goal for a minimum amount of housing that's included, so that if we do lose height and we talk about the things that we're sacrificing in the appellant's presentation, their written presentation that they gave to us, they actually listed that as an example of possibly determining a number. I think it was maybe listed as 82 as an example of what might be required for housing.
Thank you, Councilmember Halliburton. I guess my understanding is everything we're talking about is on the North Tower, and we would presume that we're not going to lose any of the housing units. Is that nod from everyone? Does that work?
Mr. Turnbull just asked if you want us to increase it.
I think that would be very beneficial.
Madam Mayor, if I may interject, there is another thing that we had mentioned in our original staff report for planning and zoning is that both towers could be at 10 stories, 12 stories in height, and the north tower could potentially increase while the south tower decreases. That could be an option. I realize that there's still a lot of reconfiguring there, but it doesn't mean that the housing only has to be on the north tower. Maybe the office components could stretch over into that, just as another possibility while we're throwing some other designs at them.
Madam Mayor, could I make a simple point?
Go ahead.
And this is just, of course, my opinion. Less parking, more housing. Thank you.
Okay, we've closed the public hearing, so we don't want it. We're just clarifying things now. We want to make sure about that. I guess while I appreciate the staff talking about equalizing the towers, I actually think one of the strengths of the building is that they're not equal, but I'd leave it to the developer to come back with that. Any other clarifying questions before we actually take a vote on deferring the project with the conditions talked about to return to a city council for a second public hearing after some public engagement?
Madam Mayor, if I may, just for a date, and Jeff, we have March 2nd, 9th, 16th, and 30th as available city council dates in March. If the council would like to require the neighborhood meeting, that would be at least a 10-day notice. And then we'd want that to at least be probably sometime mid-February, if not late February, and then have a hearing. So then we can notice for the hearing for the March date. So I'm not sure what date works for you all, Jeff.
Well, Madam Mayor and Celine, thank you. As we just looked at the dates, I think a mid-February submittal with a mid-February neighborhood engagement would be appropriate. And then we plan on the 16th of March as the hearing date.
Is that acceptable? Sounds good. Okay, Councilmember Bajent, you had a comment, and then we will.
Madam Mayor, thank you. My comment is, it's just that I think we're handling this particular problem in this situation that's before us correctly. But I just want to register that this isn't a great way to do business. We're essentially designing a building from the dais on a without objection basis as my colleagues throw out their good ideas. The applicant is now going to go back and rejigger their building around based on what they've heard from us in this meeting while we're kind of trying to do it on the fly. It is the best we can do. I want to encourage this as a way to get challenging projects through the city council, because it's like, as I said earlier, it's also squishy. And so my final comment would be, please, when you come back with something very concrete that we can give you a clear up or down, yes or no answer on, so that you can move forward with your plans or readjust as needed. It's just so challenging for everyone. And speaking only for myself, I sure don't want to repeat this at the next hearing.
Thank you. Appreciate the comment. Okay, with that, if there's nothing further, would the clerk please call a roll? Does everyone understand the motion? Okay, would the clerk please call the roll?
Bajent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Woodings. Yes. All in favor, motion carries.
Well, thank you everyone for sticking with us. Although it's late, I think it was good wrap up.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
We need to address the appeal, I believe. And my suggestion would be to try to defer that along with the rezone.
Councilmember Woodings, are you up for that?
Councilmember Bajent, was that a motion?
Madam Mayor. I move to defer the decision on the appeal of CUP 20-23 until the date certain that everyone recited just a moment ago and I did not write down.
March 16th.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Bajent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Well, thank you. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Madam Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Adjourn. Thank you so
Aye.
much, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody.
New Year.
Congrats, Lisa.
Thank you.